Do you foresee this as something that has actually triggered more criticism the BRS way, because she seemed to be admitting that there was something wrong with the way the cabinet of KCR functioned when Harish Rao was irrigation minister?
It might be her opinion. Basically, the cabinet is a collective decision. Any decision taken in the government was a cabinet's collective decision. If anybody has any objections to it, they can speak. But being a member of the party and also an MLC in the party made it very clear in the today's suspension letter, which was addressed openly, that her recent activities, as well as the statements made by her, are not in the interest of the party, rather against the interests of the party and damaging the reputation of the party. So, see, as a member of the party, every member has a right to express their concern on the party activities, but on a right forum, within the framework of the party guidelines, not openly, which will damage. So, ultimately, all members of the party should be working in the framework of the party and according to the rules and regulations. So, our activities are not, helping, rather it is damaging the party reputation. The party chief, Sri KCR, has taken a decision on that. So, she has been suspended from the party with immediate effect, basis the activities done by her in the recent past.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Sridhar. We are also joined by Mr. Chandrashekar Rao from the BJP. Mr. Chandrashekar, these developments in the BRS first family are having a huge impact on the party's political standing. But how do you see it as an observer and as someone who, who both the BRS as well as Congress accuse each other of being hand in glove? And in fact, the BRS says that she may be acting on the guidance or on the instructions of people perhaps from the BJP.
Uma, you're no novice for Telangana politics and you know it all. And Bharatiya Janata Party is not surprised at what is happening in Telangana, especially with the TRS party. It was long due. This was no surprise. It was brewing for almost few months. And Kavitha is disheartened and she, raised a flag of revolt against her own father. And this is what happens in all the family parties in the country. 99% of them are family-run parties. It happened with DMK chief. It happened with AIDMK chief. It happened with RJD, SP. It happened with Congress. It happened with TDP. So this is bound to happen at some point in the journey of a family-run party, owned party. Then the founder is challenged, and that is what is happening. But what is happening in TRS is inconsequential in the political ecosystem of Telangana, because TRS has actually gone down and out. In the last general elections, it meant nothing. And in the assembly elections, they have lost royally. And you have seen it. And talking about the accusations of BJP, now why, if BJP is connected, why would TRS fall like a pack of cards? It won't, right? And why would BJP has anything to do with TRS when it was a primary opposition party for us for the last 10 years?
Yeah.
So that is all a hearsay. And I would consider that this is a storm which was due, and it has come.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chandrashekar, for your views on the very stormy developments within the BRS party. I must also tell our viewers that the Telangana High Court has, however, given an interim relief to both KCR and Harish Rao, because the BRS had petitioned the court on the PC Ghosh Commission report, even though earlier the High Court refused to intervene in stopping the report from being tabled in the Assembly. They have, however, said that no action will be taken against KCR or against Harish Rao till the 7th of October when the case comes up for hearing. Another important direction from the court is that the CBI probe that's been ordered, they will not rely on the PC Ghosh Commission report, but will be doing their probe independently of it till such time that the court does not dispose of the petition that was filed. Of course, the petition on the council on behalf of the government, in fact, said that the probe has not been ordered on the basis of the PC Ghosh Commission report, and that the NDSA, the National Dam Safety Authority report, and multiple agencies being involved is the reason why Revant Reddy chose to order a CBI probe. That, of course, as I said, has come in for criticism from Congress leaders themselves, who feel that Revant Reddy may be playing into the hands of the BJP. Moving on now to another big breaking news that's coming in from Telangana. Union Minister of State for Home, Bandi Sanjay, has in fact sharply criticized Revanth Reddy on his comments on Nationalism, and he's saying that Revanth Reddy is disrespecting the people who were slain by Maoists, including whether people it is the police or other security forces, tribals and civilians who have died at the hands of Naxalism. This after Revanth Reddy in fact made a comment saying that we do not believe that Naxalism or Maoism is just simply a law and order issue, that it is something that is rooted in ideology and requires social and economic kind of answers to it, and there are the underlying issues that led to it. And he pointed out that the Congress had done both the Land Sealing Act and the Forest Rights Act in order to address the underlying issues that caused Naxalism. Let's listen to what Revanth Reddy said, and this was in reaction to Amit Shah's statement on Salwa Judum, saying that on the judgment given by the India bloc candidate for Vice President, Mr. Sudarshan Reddy, and Mr. Amit Shah had in fact in that statement said that he believes that if that judgment in 2011 had not come, left-wing extremism would have ended by 2020. So Bandi Sanjay and Amit Shah speaking in the same voice, suggesting that the Vice Presidential candidate of the India bloc is also sympathetic towards the Maoists. This is something that Revanth Reddy has spoken out against and spoken about the Congress thinking on this subject. Let's listen to what Revanth Reddy has said on this, and also to NV Subhash, who is a spokesperson of the BJP, rebutting what Revanth Reddy has said.
अमित शाह जी ने सुप्रीम कोर्ट जस्टिस को पकड़कर आप एक नक्सलाइट, Naxalism is one philosophy. It is not any individual. If you don't like any philosophy, you can argue, you can win, but you cannot finish, you cannot, आप गोली नहीं मार सकते. ऐसा कुछ चीज देश में नहीं हो सकता है.
While addressing a gathering yesterday in Hyderabad, he said Naxalism is a philosophy and cannot be finished. This kind of statement doesn't go very well, because there are so many people in the state who have fought against Telangana, who have fought against the dictatorship. Their basic philosophy has been defeated, has been diluted. Where earlier land to the tiller, which has been slogan earlier, which has been defeated, there people now have become so many Maoists in that. They started extortion. They started occupying the lands, especially belonging to the tribals. They started looting money, looting banks. This kind of statement, being a chief minister and the home minister of the state, doesn't go very well, along the people of Telangana.
That's the wrap on Southern View at 2 p.m. I thank my colleagues Sam Daniel from Chennai and Deepak Bopana from Bengaluru. And coming up after a short break is all the news from Kitty.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Captain Chakravarti, not one but two warships. That's amazing. You know, Vishnu and I through our careers, have been to many commissionings. Vishnu a few more than me because he's slightly older than me.
He wants to rub that in. Yeah, but that's just a side dig. Carry on with the...
Yeah, but two ships is incredible. I mean, that's, tell us why that is so significant. You know, the Indian Navy with its huge expanding responsibilities is hungry for more ships. So getting two ships at the same time is a bonus, isn't it, sir?
Yeah, of course. Like you said it yourself, the responsibilities are increasing. Indian Ocean is where the action is happening, and Indian Ocean is going to be the future playground for all the, not just the navies, the nations around the world. And Indian Navy, as the preferred security partner, is very active in this area. given the responsibility and the large area that is, the number of assets is required. And that's the reason we are getting these warships. They're not just numbers, it's not just the quantity, it's the quality of these warships also, because they have high speed and they have got very large endurance and they can stay out at sea for long times. The frigates are very versatile ships to be. And so these two warships are going to add a punch, not just to the Eastern Naval Command, in particular, of course, Eastern Naval Command, but to the Indian Navy in general.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. Welcome back after the break. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Bahel. We have some breaking news now coming in. At this point in time, we're learning after the Bombay High Court had directed Manoj Patil and his supporters to vacate the Azad Maidan. By noon today, the police is now on the ground making announcements outside Azad Maidan, asking protesters to clear the roads. These are visuals coming in, live visuals coming in from Azad Maidan. Bombay High Court, remember, had come down heavily on the Maratha quota activist Manoj Patil and his supporters, saying they had violated the law by continuing their protest and asked them to vacate the premises. My colleague Radhika is on the ground. She's tracking all the latest there. Radhika, what's happening there? We understand we have these visuals coming in. The police is on the site at the moment. What can you tell us?
That's right, Kitty. Dramatic visuals on the ground here. I'm going to show you live pictures of how people are being asked to vacate the premises outside Azad Maidan as well as inside. In fact, this after Bombay High Court gave an ultimatum for protesters to clear the place immediately, asking state government, the cops, to ensure they are vacated. In fact, people are being taken away in vans. You can see number of police officials who are deployed here at this point, urging people to really vacate this place. Just about an hour ago is when the Bombay High Court gave an ultimatum slamming the protesters, slamming the agitators for creating ruckus here and for really paralyzing the city, especially parts of South Mumbai. After this court asking the state government to ensure that these people vacate the premises here. This is, of course, outside Azad Maidan. The pictures are coming from outside Azad Maidan, and police have now begun removing protesters following Bombay High Court's ultimatum. We can hear sloganeering as well. Some of them are resisting police action. Court very categorically telling the protesters that in case they don't abide by the court orders, then they will be forced to take action, contempt of order proceedings as far as these protesters are concerned. Lawyer Mane Shinde, Satish Mane Shinde, who is representing Manoj Patil, making it clear before the court, before the division bench, that it is difficult for them to vacate in such a short notice, as they've been issued notices by the Mumbai police just a while ago, but that is something the court was not ready to take cognizance of. Court saying that this has been going on for the last 4 days and they are really holding the city at ransom, and that is something unacceptable at this point. So therefore, they will have to get out of the premises within Azad Maidan and outside of it, and those are the visuals that I'm showing you of people being removed, protesters being removed from there. You can see security personnel moving in, urging people to vacate the area and clearing the premises. These are the visuals from outside Azad Maidan, outside CST station and parts of South Mumbai. Security officials in large numbers urging protesters to leave. Some of them have left. We saw some of them being taken away in vans, but many are resisting state government's move and resisting court orders as well. In fact, court, while giving these instructions also,
yes, the court has
saying
said that
in
this
case,
would amount to contempt of court action if the
not
protesters do not vacate the premises. Yes, yes. Is action expected, more action expected in the coming few minutes? We understand, even as you're saying, that there are people who are resisting. People are not ready to move from the location, from outside the Azad Maidan, and inside also we understand thousands of people had gathered there, Radhika.
Kitty, you know, as far as the number of people here are concerned, we're talking about more than 35,000 protesters who had gathered in parts of South Mumbai, be it CST, be it Churchgate, be it Fort areas. They've been occupying parts of South Mumbai, thousands of them. And in the last couple of days, we've only been seeing intensified protests and agitation, while a designated area, which is Azad Maidan, was given to all of these people, including Manoj Jarange Patil. They tried to spill over the streets, and that's what we saw in the last couple of days. The Bombay High Court not taking this very lightly, pulling up the state government, pulling up the agitators as well, saying that when there is a designated area given for them to protest, why would they spill over to streets and make lives miserable for locals and citizens of Mumbai? So that was something that the court said, and therefore gave clear instructions for roads in South Mumbai to be cleared immediately. The next hearing is going to take place at 3 p.m. Okay. That is when court will take stock of the situation. State government will have to respond to the court as to what they did, which is why now they are being cleared. There's some sort of negotiation, discussion happening between the security officials as well as the agitators there.
Absolutely.
Some of them are resisting, some of them do not want
the Maharashtra government
agitation.
earlier saying that there has been a lapse on its part in handling this protest. What the government would do, that also of course remains to be seen. Sources have been telling us that the government is likely to send a fresh proposal to these activists, but when that happens, that of course remains to be seen. The court hearing is going to take place at 3 p.m. and we will wait for more on that. Meanwhile, thank you so much, Radhika, for getting us those details. These are visuals coming in from the Azad Maidan at this point in time. Shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking here. In a scathing attack on the Congress-RJD alliance in Bihar, Prime Minister Modi has said that his mother was verbally abused on a campaign stage of the opposition bloc and said that this act had humiliated every mother and sister. He said that in Bihar, slangs were used for my mother from an RJD Congress stage. These slangs have not just insulted my mother, but every mother and sister in India. And PM Modi also went on to say that the people are pained as much as he has been after he heard those slangs. Listen in.
आरजेडी कांग्रेस के मंच से मेरी मां को गालियां दी गई। ये गालियां सिर्फ मेरी मां का अपमान नहीं है, ये देश की मां, बहन, बेटी का अपमान है। मुझे पता है आप सबको भी बिहार की हर मां को, बिहार की हर बेटी को, बिहार के हर भाई को ये देख सुनकर कितना बुरा लगा है।
All right, we've also had an exclusive conversation with Union Minister Kiran Rijiju on this very issue. Let's listen in to what he has to say on abuse politics.
You know, we also saw a case where a small Congress worker on the stage We spoke at length about the Vote Adhikar Yatra. He was heard making the vilest of abuses. As we speak, we had the Prime Minister today, while speaking to women from Bihar, he did not refer to any one episode, but he said that माही तो हमारा संसार होती है, माही हमारा स्वाभिमान होती है, समृद्ध परंपरा वाले बिहार में कुछ दिनों पहले जो हुआ, उसकी मैंने कल्पना भी नहीं की थी. My question is that very often the opposition says that these episodes are almost created by the BJP. It's almost like a toolkit of the BJP to play on the emotional sentiment. When everything else fails, when in Bihar you think that you have a problem on your hands, you create an emotional card to play.
We don't need emotional card. People trust Modi ji. Can you imagine? For the third time, popularly elected Prime Minister has the greatest appeal across communities, the regions in our country. Why would we play some extra cards to win the confidence of the people? It is not the first time. If you see senior Congress leaders, you're talking about ordinary Congress leaders, senior Congress leaders, how they have abused Modi ji and the family and Modi ji's caste in the past. So this is not an exception or one of the rare cases.
No, I could turn this around and say, if Chai Wala backfired on Congress, why will they abuse the Prime Minister's mother? How do they?
They don't learn. The Congress party will never learn. I tell you another thing which normally I don't speak about it. Today, even those who are closest to Rahul Gandhi, top Congress leaders, they are extremely worried about the future of the Congress party. They will not say in public. They are worried people because they have got a person as a leader who doesn't think, who doesn't have an ability to understand the issues. He speaks in a wildest possible language, like abusing each other on the street. And that person is leader of opposition party. We have seen opposition leaders like Vajpayee ji, Advani ji, Sushma ji, Arun Jaitley ji. Look at their language as leader of opposition party. A leader of opposition is voice of the opposition parties, all the combined opposition parties in a way. But if he has a language of that low standard which he speaks today, Modi ji is a senior statesman, Prime Minister of the country. But the way he takes Modi ji's name and abuses, I don't think he can ever win the heart and minds of the people. That is why the Congress leaders themselves are beating their head what kind of leader they have.
All right, Union Minister Kiran Rijiju hitting out at the Congress and the RJD alliance in Bihar over this very issue, and we'll get you more on that in just a bit. It's time for a quick break. Yeah, we'll be right back.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri fact-checks White House trade advisor Peter Navarro's laundromat matter remark, asserts India has not violated any rules in purchasing Russian oil. Day after senior Congress leader Rahul Gandhi warned that his party is preparing to detonate a hydrogen bomb of revelations as part of his vote chori charge, the BJP hits back, says Pawan Khera holds 2 active voter numbers. One of the worst flood disasters to hit Punjab in decades. Dozens are dead, more than 2.5 lakh people impacted. NDTV gets you ground reports from the worst impacted areas. Mumbai police issues notice to activist Manoj Jarange Patil and his supporters, asking them to vacate Azad Maidan as his hunger strike over the Maratha quota demand entered the 5th day.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more.
and I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years.
Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
When we say we're standing on a piece of history, I really mean it. We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship. She's called INS Udaygiri. And the reason why this is a piece of history is because for the first time, the Indian Navy isn't just inducting this particular ship, but 2 ships of this kind. For the first time ever, 2 big warships are being commissioned into service together. Now, if that isn't history, what is? The Indian Navy, an incredible service, a navy that is respected the world over, welcomes these 2 beautiful ships into service today. And we are so honored, Vishnu and I. How lucky are we to have the commanding officers of both those ships standing with us here today? That's right, on Control All Defence, Captain Robin Chakravarti of INS Himgiri and Captain Vikas Sood of INS Udaygiri, the 2 newest warships, the pinnacle of warship construction. Incredibly proud day, Vishnu.
No, I remember, about 25 odd years back, Shiv, I was lucky enough to get on INS Delhi. And she was a stunning warship, still is. But you see that evolution over the decades to something like this, and to think that this design is entirely Indian, it's been built to an Indian requirement. First up, gentlemen, and Commodore, let me ask you first. You must be incredibly proud about this commissioning command. Tell us what that feels like for you.
We're standing on your ship right now.
Yes, so it's an amazing feeling, I would say, because commissioning is like first of its kind. You set the traditions, you set the tone for the next 30 to 40 years of commission time. So it's a great honor that is bestowed on you by the Indian Navy, and a great responsibility that you have to thereafter deliver. And the most special thing that is there is that you are like a father to the entire crew of 200.
Big breaking news now coming in. It's a big statement coming in from Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal. Amid India-US tariff tensions, Piyush Goyal has now said that we won't do a deal based on a deadline. He has also said that the trade talks are on between India and US currently. Listen in.
Will this be the last round for the India-EU?
I think you have heard me say it very often that we never negotiate trade deals with deadlines. We only negotiate for a good deal, fair, equitable, mutually beneficial.
All right, important statement from the centre at this point in time. We'll keep an eye on the developments there. Meanwhile, shifting our focus to some more news that we're tracking. Lyricist Javed Akhtar has spoken exclusively to NDTV after his Bengal event was cancelled. Remember, some Muslim outfits had objected to Javed Akhtar coming to Bengal, and now in his first response on NDTV, Javed Akhtar has said that he gets hate from both the sides. Listen in.
यही बात करना था कि जो हुआ वहाँ पे आप इसके बारे में क्या कहना चाहेंगे? What would your take be?
For me, it is not new at all. You see, if I meet you, I'll show you my phone and the messages. Constantly, I get hate mail from both the fundamentalists, Hindu fundamentalists and Muslim fundamentalists. Some of them tell me I'm a jihadi and I should migrate to Pakistan. Some of them tell I'm a kafir and 100% I'll go to hell and I should change my name. I have no right to have a Muslim sounding name, and so on and so forth. And I'm horrible. So both of them have decided it. But suggest different destinations. So ये मेरे लिए नया नहीं है. I must tell you that in last 20-25 years, 4 times Bombay police has given me protection on their own. I didn't ask for it, but perhaps their perception, they said there is a threat perception, so we are giving you. Out of 4 times, it was 3 times because of some Muslim fundamentalist organizations or individuals, and 1 from the other side. तो ये जो है इनका इस तरह का मेरे बारे में रिएक्शन कोई नई बात नहीं मेरे लिए, लेकिन that's how they are. What can you do?
Yeah, but आपको क्यों लगता है कि ऐसा हमेशा होता है? And has it ever bothered you?
Well, मतलब what else you expect from them? Bother ये है कि हमारी सोसाइटी में ऐसे लोग हैं जो इस तरह का जहर फैलाते हैं और ये दोनों तरफ मौजूद हैं and they are doing their work. अच्छा है क्या किस्सा कि मैं I generally, I mean, it sounds very syrupy and dramatic, so I don't want to articulate it. But I feel that I am a secular Indian. I'm an Indian. And anything which is harmful for my society and for us, I should, being a responsible citizen, I should point out. उसमें ये इधर का है, ये उधर का नहीं, ये अर्ध सत्य नहीं होना चाहिए. सत्य है तो फिर पूरा हो. तो ये जो है कभी ये बुरा मान जाते हैं, कभी वो बुरा मान जाते हैं, तो मुझसे तो दोनों ही लोग नाराज रहते हैं. लेकिन ये कि thankfully there are lots of people who appreciate that and respect me and meet me with lot of love and sincerity and warmth. तो ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं, कुछ लोग ऐसे हैं. अब क्या करें इनका? क्या है क्या? ये मुझे बोलते हैं डिबेट करो मुझसे. अरे डिबेट तुमसे क्या करो, तुम तो बात ही सुनने को तैयार नहीं हो. अगर तुम डिबेट करना चाहते थे तो तुम्हें कहना चाहिए था कि आप आ रहे हैं ना एक फंक्शन के लिए, तो साथ में हमारे साथ एक डिबेट भी कर लिए. तो आप जो है, आप जहाँ आपकी पावर है वहां तो आप मुझे बोलने से रोकेंगे और फिर आप मुझे कहेंगे डिबेट कर लो, और डिबेट मैं जो बोलूंगा वो सुन नहीं पाओगे तुम. भाई तुम्हारे अंदर टॉलरेंस कहाँ है? डिबेट्स वो लोग करते हैं who can talk objectively and logically. We can communicate with each other only by reason and rationality. वरना कैसे करेंगे?
बिल्कुल.
आप जब मुझे बोलते हैं this is my faith, faith goes out of the ambit of reason. वो faith है तो फिर it's not questionable. तो when you go beyond that, तो फिर आपसे बात कैसे हो, डिबेट कैसे करेंगे आपसे? डिबेट तो रीजन पे होती है, लॉजिक पे होती है, रैशनल पे होती है, एविडेंस और प्रूफ पे होती है. तो वो तो आप दे नहीं पाएंगे. अगर होता आपके पास तो आपके पास फेथ नहीं होता. फेथ का मतलब ही ये है, मीनिंग एक्सेप्टिंग समथिंग, बिलीविंग समथिंग विदाउट एनी रैशनल, विदाउट एनी लॉजिक, एविडेंस, विटनेस. वो है. अगर ये चीजें हैं तो फिर वो तो बिलीफ है, फेथ नहीं है.
अगर आपको कुछ बोलना हो वेस्ट बंगाल गवर्नमेंट से, दरखास्त करनी हो, तो आप क्या बोलेंगे सर?
अरे क्या उनसे मैं दरख्वास्त करूं? देखिए परफेक्शन तो कहीं कोई अचीव करता नहीं. चलिए वो अंडर द सर्कमस्टेंसेस जो कर रहे हैं वो कर रहे हैं, वो बेटर समझते हैं. मैं उनको क्या विजडम दे सकता हूं? बाकी ये कि ये जो सिचुएशन है इट इज फेमिलियर फॉर मी.
बिल्कुल. थैंक यू सो मच सर. थैंक यू फॉर टॉकिंग टू अस. थैंक यू.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm the medical officer of this unit, sir.
Good afternoon. So nice to meet you.
Thank you, sir. Same
Hello,
this side, sir.
So this is the firing range.
Yes, sir. This is our firing range, sir.
You handle weapons, right? I've handled weapons. क्या हम लोग एक तो shooting में भी get to handle weapons.
Yes.
They are not real guns, but they are very similar. So the functioning of it is very similar.
आपने training वगैरह?
मैंने training भी ली है और I own a weapon also, licensed weapon. So I've shot in firing ranges in Mumbai and all. I'm a member also there. Wow. मैम हम ये क्या गन देख रहे हैं?
ये इंसास राइफल है, sir.
So this is Indian made?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
And we'll be firing from, sir, AK-203.
Okay.
That is Indian made,
That
sir.
is also Indian
Yes,
made.
sir.
Can I look at the bullets?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. This is the bullet of Insas, sir. The bullet will be different for the AK-203, sir.
So I can fire this?
Yes, sir.
But somebody needs to guide me.
जो लिम बराव के आदेश पर आप लाइन पोजीशन लेंगे।
अच्छा।
और इसके बाद इसको यहाँ पर आप
सपोर्ट लेंगे।
करेक्ट। लिम बराव में आप लाइन पोजीशन और बाट और खंडे का मिलाप रखते हुए और आप फोर हैंड ग्रिप पर पकड़ते हुए शीश का अलाइनमेंट करें। बर की आदेश पर आप मैगजीन वेट के अंदर पर घुसाना है।
ओके। आई गेट इट। हाँ चलिए।
फायर लाइन ऑफ। हाँ लिम बराव फायर भर। चलो सामने टारगेट। अपना टाइम फर्स्ट 5 राउंड फायर।
हेलो बोलिए मैडम। डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा।
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है।
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire dabba trading scam.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio.
Good afternoon, you're watching NDTV. I'm Padmaja Joshi and let's get you started with the headlines. Prime Minister reacts to the abuse that his mother was subjected to during a part of the Vote Adhikar Yatra in Bihar. An emotional Prime Minister slams Rahul Gandhi and Tejaswi Yadav, says, "My late mother has been dragged into politics." A day after Rahul Gandhi warned that his party is preparing to detonate a hydrogen bomb of revelations as part of his vote chori charge, ruling BJP has hit back by alleging that Congress communications in charge, Pawan Khera, also has 2 active EPIC or voter identity numbers. Kavitha is suspended from the Bharat Rashtra Samiti by her father. It is BRS within BRS. Kavitha suspended. She had accused leaders of the party of corruption. Sources tell NDTV. Kavitha is also set to resign now as MLC. It's one of the worst flood disasters to hit Punjab in decades. Dozens are dead. More than 2.5 lakh people are impacted. NDTV brings you a report from some of the worst affected areas. And police get into action at Azad Maidan in Mumbai after an order from the Bombay High Court against Manoj Jarange Patil and the fast unto death that he is holding at Azad Maidan. Protesters are removed from the platform. And big news coming in at this moment from the Delhi High Court, which has rejected the bail petition of 2020 Delhi riots accused Taslim Ahmed in the case of hatching a larger conspiracy. A bench of Justices Naveen Chawla and Shalinder Kaur. This bench had reserved its order on the 9th of July after hearing arguments on behalf of the prosecution and various accused. Today that order was passed, and in that where the bail plea had been put out by Sharjeel Imam, Omar Khalid, Mohammad Salim Khan and others, their bail petition has been rejected. Let's find out why from Nupur Dogra, who is joining us live now from outside court. What's the reason, Nupur?
Well, Padmaja, the detailed order from the Delhi High Court is still awaited, but as we have tracked from the hearing throughout the arguments, we have followed this case, and it was essentially the Delhi police that had opposed bail to all the accused in this larger conspiracy case, saying that they had an active role in influencing the Delhi riots, and in fact they had produced lengthy speeches of especially Sharjeel Imam, and had also produced WhatsApp chats in the Delhi High Court while arguing and vehemently opposing bail to all the accused in the Delhi riots case. Now, the Delhi High Court has just orally pronounced that it has rejected these bail petitions, which have been pending in the court since 2022. The High Court has now finally pronounced this verdict and has denied bail to all these accused, which includes Umar Khalid, Sharjeel Imam, Gulfisha Fatima, and several others who were in fact accused and are facing charges of UAPA, especially for their alleged roles in the Delhi riots, a larger conspiracy case.
Because just like Nupur was pointing out, during the hearings, Umar Khalid's counsel had submitted that just by virtue of being on a WhatsApp group where certain texts were exchanged, one cannot be named as accused. They had also said that this is extremely slow pace of trial and already more than 4 years have been spent by the accused in jail. But going by the fact that right now bail has not been given, it seems that the larger point made by the Solicitor General Tushar Mehta that this was a conspiracy against the country seems to have been upheld by the court.
Well, Padmaja, we are yet to see the exact reasoning adopted by the Delhi High Court while granting bail, as there were several other legal angles that the court had to keep in mind while considering bail for them. But as you have said, that it could be the case that High Court was convinced with the arguments presented by Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, as well as the Delhi police that had, vehemently opposed and had said that those people who are found to be accused in hatching conspiracy against the nation should not be granted bail so easily. And this was essentially the argument that was made by Solicitor General Tushar Mehta. And it will be interesting to see whenever we get hold of the written copy of the Delhi High Court, that what are the reasons as to why the Delhi High Court has for not considered bail for any of the accused here.
All right, can you also very briefly for our viewers, because this case is more than 4 years old, just tell us what have been the arguments from both sides, Nupur?
It was essentially the Delhi police. They have made, in fact, a huge file of cases and allegations, which essentially includes speeches made by Sharjeel Imam. And in fact, they had said that it was speeches made by Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid that had contributed to instigating people. And they had, in fact, said that the riots that broke out in Delhi February of 2020 were not spontaneous, but they were carefully crafted. So this was in fact the argument by the Delhi police, and they have in fact for now over the years in every argument in every court they have maintained this, that this is a case of a larger conspiracy hatched by certain section of individuals, and because of that the Delhi riots occurred. Now on the other hand, the lawyers of Umar Khalid and other accused in the case had gone on to say that only WhatsApp chats cannot be, and just by being a part of a WhatsApp group does not make them the reason behind hatching conspiracy, and that does not prove anything. But it seems that the Delhi High Court was more convinced with the prosecution's arguments. That's why the Delhi High Court has finally denied bail to them.
Okay, this has become a cause célèbre for a lot of people. You would have heard a lot of NGOs taking up this issue, saying that he had been wrongfully detained. But the fact of the matter is that it is the court yet again which has refused bail to Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid. Thanks very much, Nupur, for joining us with all of those details. Let's cut straight across to Mumbai now, where there is a fair bit of action being reported from Azad Maidan. This is after the Mumbai police issued notice to Maratha reservation activist Manoj Jarange Patil. He was asked to vacate Azad Maidan. He said that I will not move even if I have to die. Remember, he is embarked on a fast unto death. He has also refused to drink any water, and soon after, the number of people who are associated with Patil, who are associated with his organization seeking Maratha reservation, started streaming into Mumbai. They spilled over outside of Azad Maidan. The Bombay High Court passed an order saying that it was only within Azad Maidan that Manoj Jarange Patil and his organization had got permission to hold their protest. Because a larger inconvenience is being caused to people across Mumbai, the court asked all the protesters to vacate that location. However, Patil has said that he will not leave Azad Maidan even if he dies. The Mumbai police has asked all the protesters to vacate this location. They have said there is a violation of the interim order that laid out conditions for the permission that was granted for the agitation. So there's a bit of an impasse now between the government, the police on one side, and Manoj Jarange Patil on the other side. Yesterday, the Bombay High Court issued directives which had asked the protesters to vacate all the streets in Mumbai, and that had to be done by noon today. Why? Because the court also found that Mumbai had been literally paralyzed due to the Maratha agitation that these protesters need to clear out. Joining us live now from Azad Maidan is Saurabh. Let's go across to Saurabh Gupta, in fact, joining us from the newsroom for a perspective on this story. Saurabh, what happens next? Because you've got hundreds and thousands of these quota agitators who are holding Mumbai to ransom, for a better word, who refuse to move out of Azad Maidan. And then you've got the Mumbai police, which has to execute the High Court's order.
Absolutely, the court orders are very clear and the protesters have to be removed as per the court orders. And now this has been in the courts for a while. Initially, they were given permission for a day by the court and there were strict conditions set by the court. Those conditions were not adhered to. In fact, several visuals of protesters on the streets of Mumbai emerged. It was reported widely. In some places they walked into certain stores, etc. And more than that, the kind of hassle the daily commuter. Mumbai CSMT is one of the busiest railway stations in the world. Lakhs of commuters use that station every day. They're taken over the platforms. Now you see in these pictures the protesters being removed. What you have is pictures in front of the CSMT station, and of course these are protesters who are gradually being removed from the station precincts and this entire precinct of the Azad Maidan, which is of course a very, very important area in Mumbai. It's a key area, and because of the protesters taking over this area, massive traffic jams, people couldn't get to work, offices were shut. That kind of thing was taking place for days, and this is in the financial capital. So obviously the courts stepped in. The courts did pull up the authorities for the orders not being followed. Initial permission was given for a day. The protesters extended the protest. The leader of the protests, Manoj Jarange Patil, has continued his protest, but obviously now with the High Court order coming in, you can see officials of the Mumbai police making announcements on those loudspeakers, asking protesters to disperse, leave, and the police have to handle it with a lot of it's a delicate situation, so they have to handle it very carefully, but they're doing that to ensure that there is no chaos when these protesters disperse. Remember, they're taken over railway platforms as well. There was food being served. There was a song and dance going on the platform. Those are visuals that emerge.
Okay, in fact, let me also read out a few updates that we are getting from the court. Remember, yesterday the Bombay High Court had said that prima facie these people who are inconveniencing Mumbaikars should be asked to leave, because they have brought Mumbai to its knees. The city is literally paralyzed. As we speak, these are the updates coming from court, because it had also posted the matter to be heard today. The court has said, how can you sit there without permission? The lawyer for the Maratha organization said, we are going to appeal again. The court said there should be a solution. Everything cannot be brought before the High Court. Then the lawyer for Patil has said that with 5,000 people, we will continue to sit there. And that the court's instructions are not enough. The lawyer then says we need a little time. We have removed all the vehicles from there. We need time until tomorrow. Give us time until tomorrow, and then post the matter for hearing tomorrow again. So very, very interesting. The court so far seems unrelenting. I believe we have Radhika joining us live now. Radhika, the matter continues in court and on the streets. First, bring us an update from where you are.
That's right, Padmaja. I am standing outside Azad Maidan, and of course the agitation continues, but the fact remains that Mumbai police have started taking action. In fact, several of the agitators have left the premises. I mean, we had close to 20 to 30,000 people occupying the streets of South Mumbai. Now that number has reduced after court's ultimatum, and as we speak, court is continuing to hear the matter as it wants to know what action it has taken over the last 1 hour after it gave the instruction to the Mumbai police, to the state government to clear all of these areas. So there, Satish Manishinde, who's the advocate for Manoj Jarange Patil, the activist as far as the entire Maratha quota agitation is concerned, tells the court that we need more time, we will seek active permission, but we have sent back the excess amount of people from the roads of Mumbai. But you can continue seeing the agitators on the grounds right here. There is a lot of traffic disruption even now. Of course, to an extent, the roads have been cleared, several parts of South Mumbai have been cleared, but there are still thousands who are wandering about in several areas in South Bombay. But right now the court maintains that you need proper permission, and also asking the state government what steps it has taken, which is what the state government is trying to tell the court. And Satish Manishinde also trying to tell the court that we've just been issued the Mumbai police circular in order to clear the premises, so therefore we need time. And also going on to say Azad Maidan is the designated place to hold these protests, and we will continue to hold the protest there with 5,000 people, which is the permissible limit. But the fact remains that they had violated previous court orders, which is why the court wants the entire area, including Azad Maidan, to be cleared. And these are the visuals from outside Azad Maidan, where the police officials we saw sometime
that our team in Mumbai is sending to us. Radhika, continue to be with us, please. I want to quickly update our viewers on what's happening inside the Bombay High Court. Once the hearing started, like Radhika mentioned, Satish Manishinde, who is representing Manoj Jarange Patil, said that most of the vehicles that belong to the protesters have since left Mumbai. He also argued that only the vehicles which are giving food and water to the protesters who are at Azad Maidan have been kept there. The rest of the vehicles have already exited the city. Before passing any further orders, the court should show a little leniency. Manoj Jarange Patil is on the stage and he cannot be taken off the platform. This entire Andolan is taking place in a very peaceful fashion. He's also asked that 5,000 people be allowed to continue at Azad Maidan along with Jarange Patil. But Radhika, again, the court has taken a pretty hard line where where the court is asking the counsel for Manoj Jarange Patil, how do you even know that the people who are present there, they are there in large numbers, are going to heed your advice? They will continue there. How will you control them?
Absolutely. The Bombay High Court not really taking the matters lightly, which is why it had been taking cognizance of the fact that number of people had been, disrupting people's lives and commute over the last couple of days, which is what Bombay High Court reiterated, what they thought was creating misery in the lives of people of South Mumbai. In fact, the Bombay High Court is very close to this place, and while dictating its orders and while making observations, the division bench also said how they found it difficult to really be at the court premises since this morning as well as yesterday. As you can see, Mumbai police officials, they're negotiating with many of the Maratha supporters, Maratha agitators, also are trying to urge them to get into those vans. You can see many of those vans are now fully occupied. There are protesters sitting there, and they will be taken off of Mumbai. And that's the assurance that has been given by Satish Manishinde. He says that we will take excess amount of people occupying the streets of South Mumbai. They will be taken away, but let Manoj Jarange Patil along with his set of supporters be at Azad Maidan. Let them agitate and demonstrate peacefully. So that's the kind of assurance as well as request that Satish Manishinde gave in front of the division bench of the Bombay High Court. Let's go to the side.
These are also showing a fair amount of
these are
stay with me, Radhika. I want to quickly cut across to Anuj as well. He's in another part of Azad Maidan. The court is absolutely clear that the protesters must be moved out. Is the police now managing to clear out the area? Anuj, over to you.
Well, yes, in fact, just a couple of minutes back, a huge amount of police deployment, rather another unit of police has arrived here at the Azad Maidan area. We are standing on the road which is right outside the entrance of the Azad Maidan, and as you can clearly see on your screen, right there, there are several police officials present there, and although it has been made it very clear in the court by the lawyer defending or putting forth the case of the Maratha protesters, as Radhika was also elaborating on it earlier, that only the vehicles which are providing food and water are present. But there are several such vehicles which are, private vehicles in disguise of course, providing food and water and other essential services. So the police here clearly does not want any of those vehicles to be here at all, because the court's observation in the afternoon was quite clear that all the vehicles need to be cleared off of this particular street. If they have to be parked, they have to be parked at the official BMC parkings or at the designated spot which has been given to the protesters by the administration, and not on the roads, which is usually the case. And that is why one can see that senior officials from Mumbai police and a huge number of police officials are arriving here just to make sure that there is no, scuffle-like situation, something that got created just a while back here, and that led to some sort of tension as well. Although there has been a bit of development from then as well, because we saw that a huge number of vehicles left, as was also confirmed by the lawyer of the Maratha protesters, and an official confirmation was made, or a communication was done between Manoj Jarange Patil and the protesters, as they were told to leave the city and station or move outside using the Navi Mumbai area. While that is happening on one hand, more importantly, the question is about whether, what is the number of protesters who will be allowed to stay here at Azad Maidan if this protest is to continue. Because the court also was very clear that the permission was only given for 1 day. And then, as we've been covering it, on a daily basis, in the evening at around 6 or 7, the police would extend the permission by 1 more day. And that, court thought, was taken for granted, and which is what was very apparent when we spoke to the protesters as well. And even Manoj Jarange Patil, who came with the clear intention of protesting, or who has come with the clear intention of protesting pretty much indefinitely. In fact, today morning when he was addressing the media, he also said that even larger number of Maratha protesters are going to join the already present crowd here at the Azad Maidan from different parts of Maharashtra. And the coming Monday, according to him, was going to see a massive amount of
Wait,
crowd.
Anuj, that's really strange. You're saying that Manoj Jarange Patil said more people are going to join the agitation, whereas his lawyer is arguing in court that most of the people are leaving the city, and it's only a restricted number of cars, vehicles and protesters who are going to continue with him. So what's the reality? And also, while you're at it, can you give our viewers an idea of what this Azad Maidan area is, how big were the crowds earlier, and whether some of them have thinned out now?
Sure. First question first. Manoj Jarange gave this statement in the morning when the court was still to hear the case. Of course, the court did made a very strong observation yesterday afternoon, where it did not mince its words while saying that no more than 5,000 protesters should only be present here at the Azad Maidan area by 4 p.m. today, which is in an hour or half an hour from now onwards. And what Manoj Jarange Patil said was today morning before the court later on went ahead with saying that the entire area has to be cleared out. So the timeline is important for us to understand, because after the court said that no one is to be allowed here in this area, after that Manoj Jarange Patil did not reiterate on that opinion or on the stance of more people joining in the protest throughout the weekend. Secondly, Azad Maidan area, as I would like to show it to you from distance. Of course, it is to the right of your screen. That is where the entrance is, and this becomes a very critical part of the city, because as you can clearly see on your screen, right at the end there is the CSMT railway station, which is the primary railway station. On the left hand side is the BMC building. This is the place in Mumbai, right, that people talk about. This is the picturesque where life meets, and because there is such an important railway station right here, so it becomes a very important connecting point for people as well. But Azad Maidan has for a long time been the protest fertile ground for a lot of protests. It's also the dedicated or designated protest. That again has been the contention, because all of these the basis of the PIL that was first filed by AMI Foundation, and later there were several petitioners who joined in, who the basic argument that they held was that the
so about what's happening in the Bombay High Court. Anuj and Radhika, stay with me. The court has said, we hope that Manoj will tell the protesters empty out that area. We have seen people being severely inconvenienced over the last few days. हमने पिछले कुछ दिनों में बहुत तकलीफ देखी हुए हैं. They've also said that the state government, in fact, the council for the state government has said that has gone to all of these places, has told the people to clear out. The crowd was a little bit of the crowd has thinned out, but even now a lot of places have seen the protesters continuing there. The police on its part is complying with the orders of whatever action has been taken. We have the photos and videos of the actions that we have taken. We had given this, we had said that what is being done is wrong. We had told all the protesters to clear out the roads so that more go back to normal. Our instructions have indeed seen and on the ground. But Radhika, again the court coming back and saying we are not happy with the photos and videos that we see so far. So there is many a slip between the cup and lip. The Bombay High Court may have said, please leave. They have issued notice and said, please go. But it seems that this crowd for now is not really listening to anyone.
That's right, Padmaja. As far as ground situation is concerned, we did see a lot of people leave. But if I may show you around, there are still agitators, people not really ready to leave. They were resisting police action some time back. There are still thousands of people gathered outside Azad Maidan and many more inside. The capacity as far as Azad Maidan is concerned to hold a protest is 5,000. That's as per the rule. But clearly, they have flouted the norms and rules as far as agitations and protests in Azad Maidan are concerned. And we are talking about 35,000 people who gathered here in the last few days. Now, just about half an hour back, after court's ultimatum in the previous hearing, which happened about an hour and a half ago, the public address system was activated, police officials were deployed, and people were really packed inside vans. In fact, the area that I'm showing, Padmaja, was packed with just vehicles and people. Slowly, they started packing these people inside those vehicles and they have left the city. But having said that, there are still people continuing to refuse to leave the city. Now the Mumbai police really have to see how things will play out. As of now, they have told the Bombay High Court, as a result of pressure from the Bombay High Court, that yes, they've managed to clear most of the vehicles as well as people. Some are remaining.
Breaking news coming in now. The court saying we are not happy with the photos and videos that have been given by the state government. You let this situation come to this stage. This is very, very serious. So the court there also wrapping the state government, Radhika, and saying, why did you let the situation come to this stage? This is very serious. You should have informed the court immediately. Why did you not do so? We will pass an order against you as well, Radhika. So here really, the Bombay High Court not pulling any punches. Earlier, the bench had said, we ourselves had problem getting to court. The Mumbaikars have been brought to their knees. The entire city is literally paralyzed, and both sides are being given a fair bit of tongue lashing. The protesters who had just streamed into the city, streamed out of Azad Maidan, have taken over the roads and streets, and the state government, which the court is asking, why did you not act sooner? Why did you not come to court sooner? Radhika.
That's right, Padmaja. The Bombay High Court had been taking strict cognizance of the agitation over the last few days. Since yesterday, the Bombay High Court had been hearing the petition that has been filed, which talks about how normal life of Mumbaikar has been affected as a result of all of these people behind me roaming around the streets, using these roads as playground, littering the ground. I mean, I'm going to show you the litter that's all around. They have littered this entire space. It is being cleared out now, but there is so much garbage across South Mumbai. It's not even funny. You know, like we've been seeing, unruly behavior of this mob as well. And it has reduced because a number of people have been packed away, in many of these vehicles. So yes, the Bombay High Court, justifiably so, being strict on these agitators and protesters, because since yesterday they've been asking state government to take strict action, which unfortunately they didn't take. This morning also, when we came at about 8 a.m., of course the deadline given to them was 4 p.m. But at 8, 9, 10, we saw sloganeering by thousands and thousands of people. It is after the final ultimatum by the Bombay High Court at 1 o'clock that the cops actually began to initiate action, and several of them being taken away, but many refusing to, leave. That, which is why
more updates from court. More updates from court. Let me just bring in Anuj on this. Satish Vanishinde, arguing for the protester, says 31st May is when we had put the first petition. 25 August we put the next plea. It's only after that, when we were completely unheard on the issue of Maratha quota, we decided to come to Mumbai. Now the court is saying that we are willing. So remember earlier the protesters, or the counsel for the protesters, had said that we need a little more time, we need a little more understanding and patience from the court, because people will take time to leave Mumbai, especially when there is such a huge number of people, Anuj. The court is saying we are willing to post the matter for tomorrow, but we need the organizers, the statement from the organizers of this particular morcha, not willing to let things hang anymore. Finally, Anuj, it seems that the court has decided to crack the whip and get everyone out of Mumbai.
Well, yes, what the lawyer representing the Maratha protests has stated is that, what they wanted to very clearly tell is that it wasn't a protest it wasn't the case that thousands of people came to Mumbai without any prior notice to the government. They had served notices, and the lawyer also, Manu Singhi also, pressed upon how there were appeals being made through, there were not just two formal letters that was written in the month of August and before that in the month of May, but also a lot of appeals were being made through media as well. And we also saw that before the protest actually reached Mumbai, the Congress, right? That is the place from where the majority of the protesters are from. A lot of the small pockets of the state, and then they united at different parts of Mumbai, and as they approached Azad Maidan, the number of these protesters grew. In fact, as Radhika was pointing it out earlier, the number of protesters was massive on day one. It was close to 40,000 protesters, and on day one, Manoj Jarange Patil did appeal it to the protesters that they should leave back to their places, stating that they had come from hinterland and there may not be a proper facilities for them to stay or for their necessary requirements. However, a lot of them, in fact a majority of them, preferred to stay with him, and that is what led to the massive problem. When we speak about the 26th of August agreement that was made between the administration and the protesters, that very clearly stated that it is the Azad Maidan area that needs to be used only, and not more than 5,000 people will be allowed in this area. But as we see that the number went far beyond 5,000, and that is exactly what the court has also noticed. And while criticizing the government very heavily, the court has also stated that why was there a need for them to put up with the violation on a daily basis. The court, in fact, in one of its observations also stated that they required the intervention of the court, given that the agreement was there in place and so was the violation, so the government was free to act.
All right, Anuj and Radhika, thanks very much. This is a fast developing situation. Will the Bombay High Court, finally set a deadline of tomorrow? So far, the protesters have asked for a little leniency, an extension of a day, saying that give us some more time. We have already made announcements. We have asked the people who came to participate in the quota agitation to leave the city of Mumbai, but it's a large number of people. They need some time to clear out. Will that bit of leniency be shown? But finally, by tomorrow, will Mumbai be able to breathe again? Anuj and Radhika will be keeping a close eye. For the time being, thanks to you both. Let's shift our focus to Telangana, where the BRS has suspended member of Legislative Council Kalva Kuntala Kavitha, that is K. Kavitha, daughter of party president and former Chief Minister K. Chandrashekar Rao. She has been suspended from the organization on disciplinary grounds. Sources have told NDTV that Kavitha will soon also be resigning from the party altogether. Right now she has been suspended. Soon she will also put in her resignation, not just from the primary membership of the party, but also as MLC. So essentially it is the power struggle between siblings in the party, within the party, playing out here in full public glare. K. Kavitha has now been suspended.
तरह से आप लोगों ने, आपके परिवार ने जिस तरह से तेलंगाना को जो लूटा है, उसका आज पूरा जो चीज़ है बाहर आ रहा है। तेलंगाना आवाम उसको जानने की कोशिश कर रही है, और जो फैक्ट्स है जब कमिटी ने पीसी घोष कमिटी जो फैक्ट्स बाहर लगाए उससे साफ पता चलता है कि जिस तरह से आप लोगों ने तेलंगाना के हवाम के जो पैसा है किस तरह से लूटा है उसके बारे में पूरा तेलंगाना का हवाम जा रहा है। दूसरी बात, ये जो लड़ाई है बीआरएस पार्टी को आगे कौन चलाएगा? बीआरएस पार्टी क्या केटीआर चलाएगा? बीआरएस पार्टी हरीश राव चलाएगा या दोनों के बीच में कविता चलाएगा? ये लड़ाई जो है बीआरएस पार्टी का नेक्स्ट प्रेसिडेंट कौन बनना है उसका भी लड़ाई इसके अंदर हम लोग महसूस कर रहे हैं कि वो भी लड़ाई इसमें चल रहा है।
It's a part of a big drama. Kavitha commenting on Harish Rao some time ago commenting on Kavitha. It's all a part of a drama. Whole KCR family is one. Together they have looted the public money. They are one. They are only pretending as if they are different. Whole KCR family is playing a drama. Kavitha's episode is one of that drama's episode.
All right, but natural that the BJP and Congress have used the opportunity to attack the BRS. Remember, recently, when it comes to the Kaleshwaram lift irrigation project, an inquiry has also been instituted. The Telangana government has already decided to hand over that inquiry to the CBI. So the BRS is convinced that the Congress and the BJP are acting in concert to try and finish off the strong regional party. The TRS, which is now known as the BRS, was of course one of the main parties. In fact, it was the party which spearheaded the entire agitation for the creation of Telangana, subsequently were voted into power, remained in government, but after a strong run surrounded by allegations of corruption, they were defeated by the Congress party. Ever since then, they've had a string of inquiries against them, charges of corruption, charges of taking kickbacks in the Kaleshwaram project, charges of even snooping on their political rivals when they were in government. And in the midst of all this, what the party also had to struggle with was an internal struggle, an internal power struggle within the BRS, and it's an outcome of that now Kavitha finds herself suspended. Ashish is joining us on this story. After all of this long-standing drama, what was the actual reason because of which K. Kavitha was suspended from the party? Ashish.
Yeah, you have rightly mentioned that it was going on within the family for quite a few months, and we've been reporting about it, that how a letter written by Kavitha to her father and party president KCR, first it got leaked, and that made Kavitha very furious. She came out and she addressed media and alleged that someone very close to her father actually have leaked that personal letter, and where she had pointed out certain mistakes being done by the party. After that, she again came out in open in media, and she then targeted one of the close aide of KCR, the party president, and she alleged that that particular leader is tarnishing her image. Later on, she landed on Monday from US. She was in US, and the moment she landed, she addressed a press conference, and in that press conference, she out in open, she alleged that it's Harish Rao, her cousin, as well as Santosh Rao, former BRS MP, both very close aide of KCR. They are behind the misdeed of Kaleshwaram project. Remember, on Sunday, Telangana government, Congress government has decided to hand over the probe of Kaleshwaram irrigation project scam to CBI. Reacting on that, Kavitha alleged that it's the then irrigation minister, T. Harish Rao, who happens to be her cousin, as well as MP J. Santosh Rao, former MP J. Santosh Rao, then again a very close and trusted aide of KCR. They are the reason behind all the allegation which now his father is facing. In fact, the CBI probe is just because of these two people. Okay. And that with the leadership of the party, of course, a working president of BRS is K.T. Rama Rao, the brother of Kavitha. Kavitha has always spoken against KTR, and then after that particular press conference by Kavitha, KTR reaches to father at the farmhouse in Arabali, which is some 80 kilometers away from Hyderabad. All the party senior leaders they rush and meet KCR, and there it was decided, and in fact all the leaders they urged party president KCR to act firm against these kind of allegation which Kavitha is making out in public and tarnishing the image of the party. Okay. And that led to the suspension of Kavitha, which now out in open, the party has suspended Kavitha. In fact, her supporter right now is gathered at her residence, and they are chanting slogans against Harish Rao, against Santosh Rao, while they are hailing KCR. So while they are praising KCR, while they are chanting pro-KCR slogan, at the same time, they are chanting slogans against Harish Rao, a very strong leader within the party, as well as J.
And
Santosh Rao.
Ashish, isn't it a coincidence that you've got two neighboring states, both, part of a undivided Andhra Pradesh, two political families where the siblings are fighting each other. Now one just wonders whether Kavitha is going to be the Sharmila of Telangana. I'll leave it at that. Thanks very much, Ashish, for joining us with the very latest. Taking a quick break, more on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
When we say we're standing on a piece of history, I really mean it. We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship. She's called INS Udaygiri. And the reason why this is a piece of history is because for the first time, the Indian Navy isn't just inducting this particular ship, but two ships of this kind. For the first time ever, two big warships are being commissioned into service together. Now, if that isn't history, what is? The Indian Navy, an incredible service, a navy that is respected the world over, welcomes these two beautiful ships into service today. And we are so honored, Vishnu and I. How lucky are we to have the commanding officers of both those ships standing with us here today. That's right, on Control All Defense, Captain Robin Chakravarti of INS Himgiri and Captain Vikas Sood of INS Udaygiri, the two newest warships, the pinnacle of warship construction. Incredibly proud day, Vishnu.
No, I remember, about 25 odd years back, Shiv, I was lucky enough to get on INS Delhi. And she was a stunning warship, still is. But you see that evolution over the decades to something like this, and to think that this design is entirely Indian, it's been built to an Indian requirement. First up, gentlemen, and Commodore, let me ask you first. You must be incredibly proud about this commissioning command. Tell us what that feels like for you.
We're standing on your ship right now.
Yes, so it's an amazing feeling, I would say, because commissioning is like first of its kind. You set the traditions, you set the tone for the next 30 to 40 years of commission time. So it's a great honor that is bestowed on you by the Indian Navy, and a great responsibility that you have to thereafter deliver. And the most special thing that is there is that you are like a father to the entire crew of 250 men under you, whom thereafter you would be leading for the commissioning ceremony, followed by the time of operations ahead. So it's indeed a great feeling, an honor and a proud privilege to be bestowed this opportunity.
Welcome back. Today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi broke his silence on the abuse that was directed towards his mother during one of the programs that had been held as a part of Rahul Gandhi and Tejaswi Yadav's Vote Adhikar Yatra in Bihar. Remember, while no senior leader of either party was not present on that platform, some Congress workers were present and the vilest of abuses were uttered from that platform. Today, the Prime Minister issued a sharp rebuttal. He said he would have never imagined that his late mother would be subjected to such vile abuse. And he said this is not limited to his mother alone. This is something that is directed at all the women across India.
आरजेडी कांग्रेस के मंच से मेरी मां को गालियां दी गई। ये गालियां सिर्फ मेरी मां का अपमान नहीं है, ये देश की मां, बहन, बेटी का अपमान है। मुझे पता है आप सबको भी बिहार की हर मां को, बिहार की हर बेटी को, बिहार के हर भाई को ये देख सुनकर कितना बुरा लगा है।
In fact, the opposition responded to that in slightly different ways. The RJD more or less said that irrespective of who abuse is directed at, they condemn it wholeheartedly. However, some within the Congress said that it was only a question of tit for tat. The BJP and the Prime Minister have abused the Gandhi family in the past, and now the pigeons have come home to roost.
प्रधानमंत्री ने उनको लेकर जो अपशब्द कहे गए थे पिछले दिनों कांग्रेस के मंच से, उस पर पहली बार रिएक्ट किया है और कहा है कि एक बार के लिए वो तो माफ़ कर भी दें, लेकिन जो देश की माताएं हैं वो माफ़ नहीं करेंगी। क्या आपका इस पर रिएक्शन है?
देखिए, इस हालत तक देश को पहुंचाने के लिए अगर कोई जिम्मेदार है तो स्वयं प्रधानमंत्री है। जिस तरह से प्रधानमंत्री ने सोनिया जी के बारे में, राहुल जी की माता जी के बारे में जिस शब्दों का इस्तेमाल किया, वो लोग भूले नहीं। देश आज भी याद रखता है। जर्सी गाय से उनको संबोधन किया था। और हर चुनाव में जब भी कोई चुनाव आता है तो कोई ना कोई ऐसी बात वो बोलते हैं जो लोगों को बुरी लगती है। जैसे मंगलसूत्र छीन के ले जाएंगे अगर कांग्रेस वाले जीत गए, गठबंधन, इंडिया गठबंधन जीत गया। आपकी भैंस खोल के ले जाएंगे, आपकी बच्चियों को उठा के ले जाएंगे। तो जो प्रधानमंत्री के पद पर रहते वो इस तरह की भाषा, अपशब्द का इस्तेमाल करता हो, वो एक मामूली कार्यकर्ता से क्या अपेक्षा करता है, क्या उम्मीद करता है?
ठीक है, आपने कहा सर कि उस मंच पर कोई बड़ा नेता मौजूद नहीं था और जो गाली देने वाला शख्स था वो एक बहुत ही लोकल लेवल का वर्कर था, लेकिन फिर भी जो बात कही जा रही है कि कांग्रेस माफ़ी क्यों नहीं मांगती इस मुद्दे पर, क्या आप लोगों को अफसोस नहीं है? क्या आप लोगों को ये एहसास नहीं है कि ये गलत हुआ है? और अगर ऐसा एहसास है तो माफ़ी क्यों नहीं मांगी जाती?
तो प्रधानमंत्री पहले माफ़ी मांगे। जो अपशब्द उन्होंने सोनिया जी के लिए इस्तेमाल किया उसके लिए पहले माफ़ी मांगे। देश किससे? सोनिया जी से माफ़ी मांगे, तब सभी लोग माफ़ी मांगेंगे, तब हम भी कहेंगे कि हाँ माफ़ी मांगना चाहिए।
In fact, earlier I spoke to Union Minister Kiran Rijiju about the allegation of the Congress that this is being done, that such allegations are made against the Congress leadership of abusing the Prime Minister in order to play the emotional card. Here's what he said. You know, we also saw a case where a small Congress worker on the stage, we spoke at length about the Vote Adhikar Yatra, he was heard making the vilest of abuses. As we speak, you know, we had the Prime Minister today, while speaking to women from Bihar, he did not refer to any one episode, but he said that माँ ही तो हमारा संसार होती है, माँ ही हमारा स्वाभिमान होती है। समृद्ध परंपरा वाले बिहार में कुछ दिनों पहले जो हुआ उसकी मैंने कल्पना भी नहीं की थी। My question is that very often the opposition says that these episodes are almost created by the BJP. It's almost like a toolkit of the BJP to play on the emotional sentiment. You know, when everything else fails, when in Bihar you think that you have a problem on your hands, you create an emotional card to play.
We don't need emotional card. People trust Modi ji. Can you imagine? For the third time, popularly elected Prime Minister has the greatest appeal across communities, the regions in our country. Why would we play some extra cards to win the confidence of the people? It is not the first time. If you see senior Congress leaders, you're talking about ordinary Congress leaders, senior Congress leaders, how they have abused Modi ji and the family and Modi ji's caste in the past. So this is not an exception or one of the rare cases.
No, I could turn this around and say, if Chai Wala backfired on Congress, why will they abuse the Prime Minister's mother? How do they
don't learn. The Congress party will never learn. I tell you another thing which normally I don't speak about it. Today, even those who are closest to Rahul Gandhi, top Congress leaders, they are extremely worried about the future of the Congress party. They will not say in public. They are worried people because they have got a person as a leader who doesn't think, who doesn't have the ability to understand the issues. He speaks in a wildest possible language, like abusing each other on the street. And that person is leader of opposition party. We have seen opposition leaders like Vajpayee ji, Advani ji, Sushma ji, Arun Jaitley ji. Look at their language as leader of opposition party. A leader of opposition is voice of the opposition parties, all the combined opposition parties in a way. But if he has a language of that low standard which he speaks today, Modi ji is a senior statesman, Prime Minister of the country. But the way he takes Modi ji's name and abuses, I don't think he can ever win the heart and minds of the people. That is why the Congress leaders themselves are beating their head what kind of leader they have.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है। सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं। लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। NDTV इंडिया पर।
A day after senior Congress leader and leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi warned that his party is preparing to detonate a hydrogen bomb of revelations after the earlier atom bomb as part of his vote chori charge. The ruling BJP hit back today by alleging that it's actually Congress leader and head of communications of the Congress, Pawan Khera, who holds two active voter numbers. Now, why this is significant is because duplicate epic numbers or duplicate registration in multiple booths was quoted as a sign of vote chori by the Congress and Rahul Gandhi during his earlier press conference. Now the BJP claims that Pawan Khera too has two different epic numbers within Delhi. Here's how both sides reacted.
मुझे उन्हीं से मालूम पड़ा कि मेरे दूसरा एपिक कार्ड है अभी जिंदा। मैंने 2016-17 में अप्लाई किया था उसको काटने का, नहीं कटा, ये मुझे आज मालूम पड़ा। तो हमारे सारे आरोप जो हम चुनाव आयोग पर लगाते हैं, जो सारे सवाल हम चुनाव आयोग पर खड़े करते हैं, वो अमित मालवीय ने भी साबित कर दिया। अब क्या चुनाव आयोग अमित मालवीय को से हलफनामा मांगेगा, जांच करेगा? हम भी चाहते हैं जांच हो ये सब बातों की। जो अनुराग ठाकुर ने किया वही अमित मालवीय ने किया। गोली हम पर चलाई, लग गई जाकर चुनाव आयोग को। इसी बात को राहुल गांधी 7 अगस्त से आज तक चुनौती देते आए हैं कि ये प्रक्रिया क्या है, कैसे चल रहा है चुनाव आयोग। नाम काटने की जिम्मेदारी चुनाव आयोग की है, मेरी नहीं है। मैं नहीं चला रहा हूं चुनाव आयोग। इस देश में चुनाव करवाने की, ठीक ढंग से चुनाव करवाने की जिम्मेदारी भी चुनाव आयोग की है, किसी नागरिक की नहीं है, आपकी नहीं है, मेरी नहीं है। क्यों नहीं कर रहे?
तो जो परिवार का इतिहास वोटर धांधली और वोट चोरी का रहा है, आज उसको ये जवाब देना चाहिए कि उन्हीं के करीबी और उन्हीं के पार्टी के मीडिया हेड जब मल्टीपल एपिक आईडी के साथ में पाए जा रहे हैं, तो क्या राहुल गांधी को उसकी जानकारी थी? क्या राहुल गांधी के हिसाब से वो वोट चोर है? क्या राहुल गांधी उनको अपनी पार्टी से हटाएंगे? और क्या ये इकलौते ऐसे कांग्रेस के नेता हैं जो ऐसी वोटर धांधली के अंदर सामने आए हैं?
Well, so Pawan Khera's response is that he had already shifted from Delhi in 2016. The first epic ID that he has from 2016, he moved from that seat and has asked for his name to be deleted from there. Why that hasn't happened, that's for the EC to explain. That's it then on this edition of the news. Thanks very much for tuning in. I'll see you soon. More news on the other side.
NDTV 24/7 is India's #1 English news channel on YouTube. Credible, compelling, always ahead of the curve. Thank you for choosing NDTV 24/7 as your trusted source for news.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily lives. We aren't talking about time travel yet.
Gadgets tested under extreme conditions.
But why? I review tech for people like you and me. You know what? Let me take it from here.
All right.
Tech isn't that complicated. In fact, it's about making our lives simpler, better, and more fun. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger. This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Pulling us
Other
into
opposition parties.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. Stop. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years. Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा.
We investigate.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kiti Bahel. We are starting this edition with a special broadcast on the flood situation across North India. Well, these are visuals coming in from areas near Yamuna, where we understand now flood water has entered house. Special report from the Yamuna river. Let's take a look.
The Yamuna river is flowing above the danger mark in most of the areas in Delhi, from the old iron bridge surrounding areas almost. There are several kilometers of land that is already submerged in water, and that has compelled a lot of people to be shifted to safer locations. The waves that you see in river are rarely seen at this momentum, and the kind of speed that you would see in water is rarely to be seen in Yamuna, especially in Delhi. But this time it's absolutely different from what it has been. There are multiple announcements that are being made. I have with me Harish ji. Harish ji, क्या announcement कर रहे हैं आप लोगों को सचेत करने के लिए?
मैडम, हम लोग यमुना में 3 दिन से रेगुलर अनाउंसमेंट करा रहे हैं माइक के द्वारा, और डीएमई साहब की तरफ से 25 से 30 मोटर बोट लगाई गई हैं जो राउंड द क्लॉक वर्क कर रही हैं. उसमें डाइवर्स हैं, लाइफ जैकेट्स हैं, लाइफ बॉय हैं, जो अगर कोई फंसा हो यमुना में तो उसको सुरक्षित बाहर निकाल लिया जाए.
पहले भी बाढ़ की स्थिति हुई है, इस तरह की स्थिति कब देखी है आपने? इस बार कितनी कम?
2013 में आया था इसी तरह पानी, 2010 में भी आया, 2023 में भी आया पानी. बट ठीक है, इसी लेवल, इससे ज़्यादा था लेवल उस टाइम. ऐसी कोई घबराने वाली बात.
तैयारियों में कितनी अंतर है?
मैम, तैयारियां पूरी हैं, उससे पहले से बेहतर है, पहले से और बेहतर है. जैसे कि मतलब अभी डीएमई साहब आए हैं पहले, अमोल श्रीवास्तव जी हमारे डीएम साहब, उन्होंने 25 से 30 मोटर बोट यमुना में रेगुलर ही उतारी हुई हैं. पहले से 15, 16, 18 होती थी, आज मतलब उससे भी डबल हैं बोटें.
और नाव की संख्या बढ़ा दी गई है, बट ऑल्सो ऑन द अदर हैंड देयर आर सेवरल सेफ्टी मेजर्स दैट हैव बीन टेकन, बिकॉज ऑफ व्हिच अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल हैव बीन शिफ्टेड टू सेफर लोकेशंस, ensuring that they are not around the river banks, be it the left bank or the right bank, keeping in mind that their safety is paramount. With camera person Sachin Gupta, this is Manogya Loiwal in Yamuna River, Delhi for NDTV.
After the monsoon season had started, this is the 4th time that the Yamuna has crossed the danger mark. Now the water has entered the residential areas as well. We are showing you the visuals of Yamuna Bazaar first. This is the area that gets impacted first and foremostly after the water level increases. We also have some residential people with us. Let's go straight to them. आपका नाम क्या है सर?
मनीष अग्रवाल.
कितने दिन से रहते हैं आप यहाँ पर?
यहाँ पर मैं 20 साल हो गए.
20 साल हो गए. जिस तरीके से हम देख रहे हैं कि जलस्तर काफ़ी ज़्यादा बढ़ गया है, आपके घरों तक पानी घुस चुका है, कितनी दिक्कत हो रही है?
अभी क्या है, सबने सामान छत पे चढ़ा लिए, इतनी दिक्कत नहीं. प्रशासन ने बाहर टेंट भी लगाए हैं, पंखे लाइट का भी इंतजाम कर दिया है. पानी बढ़ेगा, अभी छतों पे सामान चढ़ा दिया है, बाकी उसके बाद बाहर आ जाएंगे. कोई दिक्कत ऐसी कोई परेशानी नहीं है अभी ज़्यादा.
ये हर साल होता है?
हाँ, हर साल का होता है, आता ही आता है.
इस साल आपको लग रहा है कि पानी कुछ ज़्यादा बढ़ रहा है?
अभी 2023 में जितना पानी आया था उतना आने की उम्मीद है, लेकिन बाहर आने की उम्मीद नहीं है.
Remains to be quite tense on the ground. We understand the water level of the Yamuna river in Delhi has already crossed the danger mark after there has been heavy rains in the region since yesterday. Authorities have also advised people living near the Yamuna floodplain to move to safety as the water level of the river was rising steadily. My colleague Anushka is also getting this report from Delhi. Take a look at that.
The national capital is right now under high alert as the water level in Yamuna is increasing steadily. Right now as we are speaking, the water level is at 205.75 meter above the danger mark. We are seeing that the levels has pushed flood waters into low-lying areas, with Yamuna Bazar among the first to be affected. By early morning, water had entered residential lanes in the locality, leaving ground floors submerged and narrow alleys waterlogged. Access roads are partially cut off and movement of vehicles have become difficult. Small shops and makeshift stalls along the riverfront remain shuttered, where civic teams patrol the area to ensure residents shift to safer locations. The DM on Monday evening had directed the closure of Old Railway Bridge, a key flood gauge point, after water levels rose rapidly. Railway authorities have been requested to seal the bridge at 5 p.m. and train services are being diverted as a precautionary measure. Relief camps have been activated in Mayur Vihar, Sonia Vihar and other vulnerable pockets. Authorities are carrying out round-the-clock monitoring with disaster response teams on standby for possible evacuations. Now, the release of over 3 lakh cubic of water from Hatnikund barrage in Haryana continues to feed the surge, and officials warn that levels may remain high over the next 24 hours. We can clearly see how strong the stream is flowing at this particular point, and people are evacuating this area. This is the same place where the Delhi Chief Minister had come last time when the water had crossed warning levels, but now we are seeing that the situation remains grim, with people who are living in low-lying areas evacuating their household because the flood water has entered their residence. You can clearly see the books of the children, how books are right now floating here because the water started increasing by the night, and by morning the flood water had entered the residence. People are trying to evacuate this place. They are shifting on the first floor of their residence, but still this is a quite crucial time, crucial 24 hours for Delhi, because the water level has increased, and with the Hatnikund barrage feeding the water levels, it is yet to be seen when the water level goes down, and people who are living in low-lying areas are requested by the authorities to evacuate this particular place and shift to the relief camps till the water levels decreases.
All right, that's the situation in the national capital here, but the situation in Gurugram even has been worse. Huge traffic jams, heavily waterlogged roads we've seen, and a number of people stuck as heavy rain hit Gurugram on Monday afternoon. Now we understand all corporate offices, private institutions have also been asked to advise their employees to work from home for today. Schools have also been advised to conduct online classes, and that's the situation in Gurugram at this point in time. We understand the water has started to recede, but it's still not advisable for people to go out of their homes. For people who are going to their offices or might be going to children going to schools, they've all been advised to take online classes and work from home. Well, what's the situation at the moment? Let's also listen in to these reactions that are coming in.
I want to tell you about last day's situation. As you know, the rainfall is going on right now also. Yesterday also, we had the rainfall and the office timings colliding. So people left at the same time when it was raining. So because of that, there was heavy traffic on the roads of Gurugram. So we have deployed various mechanisms in order to ensure that the vehicle keeps on moving. Only when vehicles keep on moving can the traffic jam can be resolved or the congestion can be reduced. So for that, yesterday we received 470 plus distress calls where people across the city called at our control room number, and based on that we responded to those calls. Then we also removed 280 plus vehicles which were broken down because of the heavy rainfall or some other reasons. And our traffic staff of around 1190 were deployed on the streets of Gurugram in order to ensure that the vehicles keep on moving. There were places like Subhash Chowk, there were places like Rajiv Chowk, where there was some waterlogging, but the water was below the knee. So it was very important that our staff goes there and guide the vehicle to move in that particular direction.
All right, we understand now. Red alert, of course, has been issued for areas including Noida, Ghaziabad, and an orange alert for Gurugram. Well, the situation continues to be messy at this point in time, and we understand politics has also erupted over this. Congress General Secretary Randeep Singh Surjewala has now hit out at Haryana Chief Minister Nayab Singh Saini over waterlogging and drainage issues in Gurugram, and this often leads to massive traffic congestion in the Millennium City, as was seen yesterday as well. This definitely gave the commuters and pedestrians a harrowing time. Chief Minister Nayab Singh Saini had earlier said the government was prepared to deal with any flood exigencies owing to heavy rain and swollen rivers, but that did not seem to be the case. My colleague Tanushka also now joins us on the broadcast, getting us more on the situation currently in Gurugram. Tanushka, what can you tell us? We understand politics has also now erupted with the Congress party hitting out at Haryana Chief Minister over the situation in Gurugram. But have people still been facing trouble going out of their homes? What's the situation?
Right, Kitty, you know, in Gurugram, the situation continues to remain completely dire. We knew yesterday as well there was a massive traffic snarl experienced on the main Delhi-Gurugram highway, the NH48, and this is also the border road that connects both of these cities together, and it was very bad. Even people and residents of Gurugram have been not just caught up in traffic snarls, but also in, completely inundated areas. We do understand that stretches of roads of say 5 kilometers that would otherwise take just 30 minutes to go by, say from Huda city center to Cyber city, which usually takes around 20 to 30 minutes, took 5 hours to residents yesterday. Even today, the situation is slightly better. From the last 2 hours, Gurugram has not faced any rainfall. However, we're not in Gurugram yet. We're on our way towards Gurugram, still in Delhi, and what I can give you the update with respect to Delhi and the flood situation in Delhi. Remember that Delhi is on a high flood alert and on a red alert also from the meteorological department. We do understand that the flood and irrigation control minister Parvesh Verma has chaired a crucial meeting with the district magistrates with respect to the flood preparations, the relief measures, the rescue operations that also need to be in place, the rescue teams. So he's had these important meetings today with different departments concerned, so that if and when a situation arises of immediate response, our teams in Delhi are well prepared to tackle with any flood situation and to control the flood situation in Delhi.
We do hope so. That's the case, because Haryana Chief Minister had said that his government was prepared to deal with any flood situation. But what happened in Gurugram yesterday was for everybody to see. And it's not something that has happened for the first time. It happens almost every year. And that is something that the government needs to take note of. All right. Thank you so much, Tanushka, for getting us those details there. We'll come back to you later as more updates come in. Meanwhile, we are shifting our focus to Punjab now. The situation is even worse in Punjab. Punjab is facing one of its worst flood disasters in decades that has been triggered by heavy rainfall in 12 districts of Punjab. But before we get an update from my colleague Gurpreet, let's also listen in to what Sonu Sood and Karan Aujla also had to say about the Punjab situation.
ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ। ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹਾਂਗਾ ਕਿ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਹੜ੍ਹ ਆਏ ਨੇ ਔਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਾਨਾਂ ਗਈਆਂ ਨੇ, ਪਸ਼ੂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਰੁਲ ਗਏ ਨੇ। ਫਿਰੋਜ਼ਪੁਰ, ਫਾਜ਼ਿਲਕਾ, ਤਰਨਤਾਰਨ ਇੱਧਰ ਸਾਈਡ ਦੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਲਾਕੇ ਨੇ ਅਫੈਕਟਡ ਨੇ। ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲ ਕੇ ਵਾਪਸ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨੂੰ ਖੜਾ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੈ। ਜੋ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਤੋਂ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਮਦਦ ਮਿਲ ਸਕਦੀ ਪਲੀਜ਼ ਕਰੋ। ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ। ਮੇਰੀ ਸਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਲਵਿਕਾ ਮੋਗੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜ ਚੁੱਕੀ ਹੈ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ। ਅਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਪਲੀਜ਼ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰੋ। ਖਾਣਾ, ਰਾਸ਼ਨ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਇਫੈਕਟਡ ਪਿੰਡ ਨੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਦੱਸੋ। ਅਸੀਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਕਿ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲ ਕੇ, ਰਲ ਮਿਲ ਕੇ ਜਲਦੀ ਵਾਪਸ ਖੜੇ ਕਰੀਏ।
ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਰਿਲੇਟਡ ਇੱਕ ਸਟੋਰੀ ਪਾਉਣੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ ਬੋਲ ਕੇ। ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੈਲਪ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਯਾਰ ਭਰਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੈਲਪ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਚਾਹੇ ਉਹ ਚਾਰੇ ਦੀ ਹੋਵੇ, ਚਾਹੇ ਉਹ ਫੂਡ ਦੀ ਹੋਵੇ, ਚਾਹੇ ਉਹ ਦਵਾਈਆਂ ਦੀ ਹੋਵੇ, ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਹੈਲਪ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਕਰੋ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਆਹੀ ਟਾਈਮ ਆ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਜਿਹਨੇ ਚਾਹੁਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਵੀ ਨੇ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਜਿਹਨੇ ਨਾ ਚਾਹੁਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਵੀ ਨੇ, ਇਹ ਟਾਈਮ ਪਹੁੰਚਣ ਦਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ 'ਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੀ ਲੋੜ ਆ।
ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੀ ਵਾਅਦਾ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਸਕਰੀਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਵੀ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਜੋਗੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਮੈਂ ਤੇ ਮੇਰੀ ਟੀਮ ਅਸੀਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਲਈ ਖੜੇ ਆ ਮੈਂ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਕੁਝ ਕਰ ਵੀ ਰਿਹਾ
We have seen in Punjab the people are grappling with multiple problems because of this prevailing situation of floods. We have seen even the SDRF team and multi-teams are conducting rescue operation, but today we have come to our district Kapurthala and we are going along with SDRF team to one of the villages to see that how this rescue operation is being carried out. Joining us SDM of Sultanpur Lodi, we are going to talk to her. She is Alka Kalia. So we will, ma'am, how this rescue operation is being carried out. We have seen you are providing the relief material to those people who have been stranded in the multiple locations in this area.
In my subdivision, Sultanpur Lodi, actually there are 8 villages that are totally submerged. And in this particular place where we are heading now, there are totally 4 villages and 275 families who are stranded here. The children and the ladies, they have been moved out. They have been to their relatives and to relief center also. We have been carrying out rescue and relief operations since 11th of August. It's almost 22nd day of floods. We have got 15 members of SDRF and 3 boats of SDRF along with the 40 personnel of army and 2 boats of army who have been carrying out these operations tirelessly since 11th of August.
How it is challenging because you are talking about the 22nd day, you are continuing this rescue operation. How much it is challenging?
It is challenging in the sense that people, they are reluctant to move out of their houses. They are not ready to part with their belongings. They have got cattle. Even some of the families, they have got their cattle shifted to safe places. But still, there are 1 or 2 members in each family who have been living in their houses only. And this is the main challenge to motivate them to come out of their house and to shift their belongings.
Well, that's the situation in Punjab. Number of districts, of course, have been affected by floods, and water has also entered inside the homes of people here in Punjab. In many districts we've seen that. All right, we understand now. Let's also now get an update on what's happening in Delhi. My colleague Manogya is also joining us on the broadcast here. Manogya, we understand flood water has also entered houses in Delhi NCR. The water level of the Yamuna river has crossed the danger mark after heavy rains. What can you tell us? What's the situation now?
Well, the water level is all set to rise. It is expected to increase till late night also today, more than 205.9 meters in the river Yamuna. I'm on the right bank of river Yamuna, which has Delhi. On the left bank also is Delhi. But interestingly, the iron bridge, which is the old iron bridge, which also has been shut down partially because of the rising level of Yamuna. In past 3 days, we've seen the level of water in river Yamuna has been increasing manifold, keeping in mind that there would be flood-like situation, and that's the reason why the government and the administration has made ample measures to ensure that more and more people are shifted to safer localities. We also have to understand that there has been a release of more than 3 lakh cubic of water just from Hathani barrage, and that itself speaks, Hathani Kund barrage, that itself speaks volumes of the levels that would be increasing. I'm in a boat here to get you exclusive pictures of the rising Yamuna level, and the water that you see it has waves. You know, it's not normal for a river Yamuna in the national capital region to have such fast high-rising waves in this region. Most of the boat operators have been asked not to operate in this region. This is, of course, the government and the assistance from the administration that has made it possible to show you the proper pictures of what exactly is happening on ground. Most of the people that have been shifted to safer locations have said that they have been provided with essentials, but also keep in mind that there will be more challenges. If I could ask my camera person Pooja to show you the pictures of the bridge, the iron bridge that itself is here to give you an idea. The metro rail, of course, that connects, it's called the lifeline of Delhi, but with that the traffic which is expected to stop after 5 p.m. Giving you an idea of the entire picture here in river Yamuna. Usually there are not flood-like situations that have happened this year, but the government and the administration states that they are prepared for almost all measures possible. The weather has been not friendly with us. Rather, we would say that there are incessant rains that would be also playing havoc in the entire region, expected to increase in next few hours, and that itself means, because the water that has been released from the Hatni barrage will be taking around 40 hours to reach National Capital Region, which itself speaks volumes. The rainfall is continuously there, and it is here to stay for next 2 to 3 days. So you could imagine, and that's the reason with the pictures that we saw of Gurugram and also a lot of traffic snarls in Delhi. There are regions where the government, especially in Haryana, has advised people to stay indoors, do and prefer work from home, and the schools that have been asked to have online classes. Remember, these are important measures that the government is trying to take, both in Delhi and in Haryana. Even in Uttarakhand and surrounding areas, there have been severe landslides that have been one of the major reasons for this increase of water level here in Yamuna. If I could show you the pictures, this is the signature bridge, and with that, the entire region that you see behind me has a water level of more than 205.9 meters. So what is the threat level or the danger level that you would see in Yamuna? It's usually 205.3 meters. That itself states that people have to be shifted to safer regions. That's the reason why the government has ensured all that. But this year has been a little different from other years, where we have seen since 1947 there have been almost 5 to 7 instances of flooding of Delhi. However, the drainage system, the government says, has been worked upon to ensure that there's not enough waterlogging in areas like Minto Bridge and other areas. But however, Yamuna, of course, both the banks have been cleared to ensure that the least number of people, especially a lot of agriculture land in this and surrounding areas, and a lot of people who stay here and in surrounding areas, these are not high level or high altitude building areas, but these are very important areas, and that's the reason why it's so important to shift people from here to safer location. That has to be kept in mind on when they are staying here, that just increase of 1 meter of water level would be flooding, and there are a lot of areas that
Manogya, that's the priority of the Delhi government. We understand at this point in time. What is it? What option does the government really have as we speak? Okay, Manogya, if you're able to hear me. The government, of course, is keeping an eye on the situation at the moment. Water levels have increased, and you're saying this is not normal. This is something that is different from what is being seen from the rest of the years. But the situation is being monitored by the government. And what is it that the government can do at best? People are being shifted from their homes. How many people would you say, how many homes or areas that you can see around the Yamuna river from where we understand people need to be shifted? Is that all being taken care of?
Well, there are multiple shelters that have been made in Mayur Vihar and surrounding areas because these are the low-lying areas and these are the agricultural land, smaller agricultural lands. These are not necessarily where you have a sparse of land where there is agriculture work being conducted, but of course these are smaller areas, and however there are a lot of camps, the smaller camps, or even people of low or really low income who stay here in this part of the city, and that's the reason why they have been shifted. The entire bank that you see around Mayur Vihar area, or even around Shastri Park and other areas, where the government has been ensuring that even if there are not these temporary camps, they are shifted to buildings or those temporary shelters that have been made for this purpose itself. The number of people is expected to increase because it's raining and the city has been seeing waterlogging in different parts. The government says, even the Chief Minister Rekha Gupta was here around the bridge in the afternoon today to just get a recce and get an idea of the ground situation and the preparedness that they have done. The administration has assured the people of. Well, it remains to be seen in next 24 hours, and here the rain gods seem to be bestowing with too much of rain this time, and so everyone has to gear up and ensure that they are safe and secure wherever they are.
All right, you also please keep safe. We'll come back to you, Manogya, as more updates come in. Let me go across to my colleague Gurpreet also, who is joining us live from Amritsar in Punjab. The situation is even worse in Punjab as we speak. 29 lives at least have been lost, we understand, Gurpreet. What can you tell us? Amritsar is one area, one region which is the most affected because of the floods. What can you show to us?
Well, we have been moving from one village to another village to show the ground report, and first of all, I'll request my Vijay to show these whole area had been flooded. We are reporting from one of the villages which falls in district Amritsar, where we are showing the people, they are not able to make any connectivity. Even when NDTV team has moved from Amritsar, we are not able to get road connectivity. We have to left our car. We are able to come to these places with the help of tractors and trolleys, and specifically we have seen our army jawans who have been traveling from one place to another place to provide food and other item to the people who have been stranded in their houses. Now another technique which is being adopted and opted by the army jawans here, we are showing they have brought in this drone. With the help of this drone, the food will be delivered to the far-flung places where even the boats and other connectivity is not possible at all. I'll request my Vijay to first show this drone, and after that we will show that house where this drone is going to deliver that food items there. We have seen the people, they have brought in a lot of food items, dry rations, water bottles in tractors and trolleys, so that the people who have already been stuck for the last 6 to 7 days, they will be able to at least get the food items. This whole area has already been flooded, and which we are showing at this point of time. I'll request my Vijay to show this roadside also, where we can explain to our viewers that we are not in a position to have this connectivity at all. We can see only tractor, trolley or this army canter can move to such places. If we can talk about rescue and relief operations, we have seen the multiple rescue and relief operations are already underway, not only in district Amritsar, in district Firozpur also, in district Gurdaspur also. But the main challenge before the people, and specifically the people who want to deliver some food items, they don't have connectivity. So other side of this road, we can see one more tractor has just come here with the food items, because the people, they are not able to move out of their houses. Huge water logging has been in the fields also, and what we have learned, the water level has been receding. Yesterday onwards, even the vehicles were not able to move on this road, and there was a huge water on this road. But now we have seen the water has started receding towards the fields, and at least they are able to move the vehicle, and tractor trolleys are the only source to reach these people. Now this drone which is being used by the Indian Army and the people who have been here, they are trying to make a new technique so that the people will be able to get at least food, and they will be able to get the essential items through this drone. So we have to wait and watch.
And we understand that's of course adding to much difficulty for people who are trying to provide relief and rescue to those who might be stranded and stuck in these areas. All right, thank you so much, Gurpreet, for getting us those details there. We'll come back to you later as more comes in. Meanwhile, let's also now take a look at the situation in Himachal Pradesh. Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister Sukhvinder Singh Sukhu has announced that the entire state now has been declared disaster hit because of the widespread rain devastation, with losses exceeding to about 3,000 crore rupees. Well, the monsoon season has left a trail of devastation in the state, with 320 lives lost as per the State Disaster Management Authority. The National Highways Authority of India said it would airlift construction equipment to inaccessible stretches of the Kullu-Manali highway, where rainfall as well as floods have completely washed away sections of the road, cutting off the hill town from the rest of Himachal.
पानी बहुत खतरनाक आ गया आज तो, पहले तो कभी भी नहीं आया ऐसा कि नहीं हुआ कभी।
अभी हल्की बारिश हुई है, लेकिन उसके बाद हमने देखा कि आप देखिए कि ये मनाली की वैली है, और इसके ऊपर आप देखिए कि अभी बर्फ़ पड़ रही है, यानी बारिश और उसके बाद अब जो है बर्फ़ आप देखिए कि पूरी सफ़ेद चादर आपको दिखाई पड़ रही है। और ये जो पहाड़ हैं जिनमें बर्फ़ आपको दिखाई पड़ रही है, ये स्थानीय लोगों के मुताबिक रोहतांग पास जो है उससे पहले, यानी अटल टनल के पास में जो पहाड़ है वहाँ पर ये बर्फ़ पड़ रही है। और यही आप देखिए कि यही जो प्रकृति का एक आप कह सकते हैं कि एक खेल है कि भारी बारिश और उसके बाद में अब जो है वो रोहतांग जो रोड जाता है वहाँ पर भी बारिश की वजह से काफ़ी तबाही मची है, तमाम सारी सड़कें एनएच की टूट गई हैं, लेकिन अब जो है वो सफ़ेद चादर आपको दिख रही है। कल रात से जो बारिश हुई है उससे टेम्परेचर भी बहुत कम हो गया है, ठंड बढ़ गई है। और रोहतांग के पास में जो पहाड़ है वहाँ बर्फ़ पड़ने का मतलब है कि अब अर्ली बर्फ़बारी मनाली और उसके आसपास के इलाकों में भी हो सकती है। हमारे साथ में स्थानीय लोग हैं कुछ जो कि इस बर्फ़बारी को देखा उन्होंने, और उनका कहना है कि इस तरीके की बर्फ़बारी इस सीज़न में कम देखने को मिलती है। सर, तो ये क्या माने, बारिश हो रही थी लगातार, टेम्परेचर कम हुआ है, तो ये कौन सा पहाड़ है सर?
ये हनुमान टिब्बा जी।
हनुमान टिब्बा।
हनुमान टिब्बा।
तो यहाँ बर्फबारी होती है इस सीजन में कि नहीं होती?
ये होती है, कई बार होती है, पर इस बार जो है ये जल्दी से शुरू हो गई है।
मनाली में लगातार 2 दिनों से भारी बारिश हो रही है और अब बारिश ने अपना असर दिखाना शुरू किया है। फिर से ओल्ड मनाली का संपर्क पूरे कुल्लू से टूट चुका है। ये आप देखिए, जो लोहे का पुल आप देख रहे हैं, इससे आवाजाही हो रही थी, लेकिन कल रात से जो भारी बारिश हुई है उसके वजह से आप देखिए एक ट्रेवलर फंस गई थी वहाँ पे। हालांकि समय रहते हुए जो भी लोग उसमें थे उनको उतार लिया गया, लेकिन आप देखिए कि लोहे के पुल के ऊपर से पानी आ रहा है। और एक यहाँ कच्चा रास्ता बनाया गया था, लेकिन वो रास्ता भी पूरा ख़त्म हो चुका है, क्योंकि उसी रास्ते के ज़रिए आप ओल्ड मनाली की ओर पहुँच सकते थे। अभी आप देखिए कि पूरी तरीके से ओल्ड मनाली का जो संपर्क है वो कट चुका है। उस साइड में थोड़ा दिखाने की हम कोशिश करेंगे अपने दर्शकों को कि इस तरीके से तबाही भारी मच रही है। उधर से आप देखिए, ये पेड़ लैंडस्लाइड में भी गिरा है और उधर जितने भी घर थे अब उन सब को खतरा हो गया है, क्योंकि नदी का बहाव बहुत तेज़ है। तो ये ब्यास नदी में आज सुबह से पानी बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ गया है। 2 दिन से लगातार भारी बारिश हो रही है।
Right, let's also get you an update from Uttarakhand. This ground report from Uttarakhand, where the IMD, we understand, has issued a red alert for Dehradun and Uttarkashi, while orange alerts have been issued for several areas across Uttarakhand that have been hit by cloudburst and heavy rainfall. The state administration is taking all precautionary measures as NDRF, SDRF and other agencies have been put on alert. Take a look at this report from my colleague Shubhang.
Well, it's been constantly raining in several parts of Uttarakhand since last night, as IMD has issued red alert for several places and also orange alert for other several places in Uttarakhand. Well, right now I am at Sitarganj in Uttarakhand, which is approximately 312 kilometers from Delhi. Now, showing you the visuals, as you can see that the roads and the shops of Sitarganj have been waterlogged. Now, I am here being joined by the local citizens over here. भाई साहब, क्या नाम है आपका?
बचित्र सिंह।
ये बताइए, बारिश जब यहाँ पर होती है तो क्या हाल होता है?
यही हाल होता है जो देख रहे हैं आप।
कितने कितने घंटे तक ये रहता है?
अभी देखो मेरे साथ शाम तक ही चलेगा, अगर बारिश और आ गई तो फिर दुकान में और पानी चला जाए।
लेकिन हर साल जब बारिश होती है तो यहाँ पर पानी भरता ही भरता है?
भरता जी, कंपलसरी है। हर बार तो नीचे का सामान चेंज करना पड़ता है भाजी को।
भाई साहब, आपकी तो दुकान है?
दुकान है मेरी।
क्या नाम आपका?
बलकार सिंह।
ये बताइए, फिर ऐसे में आपकी दुकान में दिख रहा है पानी अंदर भरा हुआ है, तो लोग आते हैं सामान खरीदने के लिए, सबको मुश्किल तो होती होगी?
मुश्किल बहुत ज़्यादा, हद से ज़्यादा मुश्किल है। 2-2, 2.5 फीट पानी है।
सामान भी खराब होता है?
सामान खराब हो गया, परसों बहुत सामान खराब हुआ है।
Lives of people over here on daily basis, is into a problem. Now, showing you the visuals on the other side, this is a national highway. I will just move forward and show you that you can see the trucks, the cars coming from that very road over there. You can see that this is a national highway and the national highway has been completely waterlogged. Well, according to the IMD has issued red alert in several parts of Uttarakhand, but in this specific region of Sitarganj, orange alert has been issued for next 4 days. That means continuous rainfall will emerge, and this similar situation of waterlogged roads in this particular area of Sitarganj will be seen. Well, this is 123 kilometers away from Champavati of Uttarakhand, which has seen the highest rainfall in this season. But somehow people are still managing their day-to-day lives over here.
All right, we understand the Chief Minister has also advised people not to come out of their houses, as the government is taking all measures to ensure that lives are not affected. We'll keep an eye on the situation there on the for a quick break here. More coming up on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Prime Minister Modi's first reaction on the Congress RJD's alleged abuse against his mother. Prime Minister Modi slams Rahul Gandhi and Tejasvi Yadav. Day after Rahul Gandhi's hydrogen bomb threat, BJP has hit back, alleging Congress leader Pawan Khera holds 2 active epic numbers. Kavitha has been suspended from BRS. Kavitha had accused senior BRS leaders of corruption. One of the worst flood disasters to hit Punjab in decades. Dozens are dead. More than 2.5 lakh people are impacted.
When we say we're standing on a piece of history, I really mean it. We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship. She's called INS Udaygiri. And the reason why this is a piece of history is because for the first time, the Indian Navy isn't just inducting this particular ship, but 2 ships of this kind. For the first time ever, 2 big warships are being commissioned into service together. Now, if that isn't history, what is? The Indian Navy, an incredible service, a navy that is respected the world over, welcomes these 2 beautiful ships into service today. And we are so honored, Vishnu and I. How lucky are we to have the commanding officers of both those ships standing with us here today? That's right, on Control All Defence, Captain Robin Chakravarti of INS Himgiri and Captain Vikas Sood of INS Udaygiri, the 2 newest warships, the pinnacle of warship construction. Incredibly proud day, Vishnu.
No, I remember, about 25 odd years back, Shiv, I was lucky enough to get on INS Delhi. And she was a stunning warship, still is. But you see that evolution over the decades to something like this, and to think that this design is entirely Indian, it's been built to an Indian requirement. First up, gentlemen, and Commodore, let me ask you first. You must be incredibly proud about this commissioning command. Tell us what that feels like for you.
We're standing on your ship right now.
Yes, so it's an amazing feeling, I would say, because commissioning is like first of its kind. You set the traditions, you set the tone for the next 30 to 40 years of commission time. So it's a great honor that is bestowed on you by the Indian Navy, and a great responsibility that you have to thereafter deliver. And the most special thing that is there is that you are like a father to the entire crew of 250 men under you, whom thereafter you would be leading for the commissioning ceremony, followed by the time of operations ahead. So it's indeed a great feeling, an honor and a proud privilege to be bestowed this opportunity.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Welcome back after the break. We have some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. Prime Minister Modi today broke his silence with a sharp rebuttal to RJD and the Congress after a viral video allegedly showed abusive remarks directed at his late mother. Calling the remarks an insult not just to him but to every mother and sister and daughter of the country, PM Modi said that the people of Bihar shared his pain. Listen in.
आरजेडी कांग्रेस के मंच से मेरी मां को गालियां दी गई। ये गालियां सिर्फ मेरी मां का अपमान नहीं है, ये देश की मां, बहन, बेटी का अपमान है। मुझे पता है आप सबको भी, बिहार की हर मां को, बिहार की हर बेटी को, बिहार के हर भाई को ये देख सुनकर कितना बुरा लगा है। भारत की धरती ने मां का अपमान कभी बर्दाश्त नहीं किया है। इसलिए आरजेडी और कांग्रेस को सात बहिनी से माफी मांगनी चाहिए, छठी मैया से माफी मांगनी चाहिए। साथियों, मैं बिहार के लोगों से भी कहूंगा, इस अपमान की जवाबदेही तय करवाना बिहार के हर बेटे की भी जिम्मेदारी है। आरजेडी कांग्रेस के नेता जहां भी जाएं, जिस गली, जिस शहर में जाएं, उन्हें चारों तरफ से एक आवाज सुनाई देनी चाहिए। हर मां बहन को मैदान में उतर करके उनसे जवाब मांगना चाहिए। हर गली मोहल्ले में से एक ही आवाज आनी चाहिए, मां को गाली नहीं सहेंगे, नहीं सहेंगे।
प्रधानमंत्री ने उनको लेकर जो अपशब्द कहे गए थे पिछले दिनों कांग्रेस के मंच से, उस पर पहली बार रिएक्ट किया है और कहा है कि एक बार के लिए वो तो माफ़ कर भी दें, लेकिन जो देश की माताएं हैं वो माफ़ नहीं करेंगी। क्या आपका इस पर रिएक्शन है?
देखिए, इस हालत तक देश को पहुंचाने के लिए अगर कोई जिम्मेदार है तो स्वयं प्रधानमंत्री है। जिस तरह से प्रधानमंत्री ने सोनिया जी के बारे में, राहुल जी की माता जी के बारे में जिस शब्दों का इस्तेमाल किया, वो लोग भूले नहीं। देश आज भी याद रखता है। जर्सी गाय से उनको संबोधन किया था। और हर चुनाव में जब भी कोई चुनाव आता है तो कोई ना कोई ऐसी बात वो बोलते हैं जो लोगों को बुरी लगती है। जैसे मंगलसूत्र छील के ले जाएंगे अगर कांग्रेस वाले जीत गए, गठबंधन, इंडिया गठबंधन जीत गया। आपकी भैंस खोल के ले जाएंगे, आपकी बच्चियों को उठा के ले जाएंगे। तो जो प्रधानमंत्री के पद पर रहते वो इस तरह की भाषा, अपशब्द का इस्तेमाल करता हो, वो एक मामूली कार्यकर्ता से क्या अपेक्षा करता है, क्या उम्मीद करता है?
ठीक है, आपने कहा सर कि उस मंच पर कोई बड़ा नेता मौजूद नहीं था और जो गाली देने वाला शख्स था वो एक बहुत ही लोकल लेवल का वर्कर था, लेकिन फिर भी जो बात कही जा रही है कि कांग्रेस माफ़ी क्यों नहीं मांगती इस मुद्दे पर, क्या आप लोगों को अफसोस नहीं है? क्या आप लोगों को ये एहसास नहीं है कि ये गलत हुआ है? और अगर ऐसा एहसास है तो माफ़ी क्यों नहीं मांगी जाती?
तो प्रधानमंत्री पहले माफ़ी मांगे। जो अपशब्द उन्होंने सोनिया जी के लिए इस्तेमाल किया उसके लिए पहले माफ़ी मांगे। देश किससे? सोनिया जी से माफ़ी मांगे, तब सभी लोग माफ़ी मांगेंगे, तब हम भी कहेंगे कि हाँ माफ़ी मांगना चाहिए।
All right, some more news now. A day after senior Congress leader and Delhi Lok Sabha Rahul Gandhi warned that his party was preparing to detonate a hydrogen bomb of revelations as part of his vote chori charge, the BJP has hit back, alleging that Congress leader Pawan Khera holds two active epic numbers. Pawan Khera, however, has countered the charge, saying he had shifted from New Delhi constituency in 2016 and also had got his name deleted from the list there. But it was now on the AEC to give answers to that. Listen in.
मुझे उन्हीं से मालूम पड़ा कि मेरे दूसरा एपिक कार्ड है अभी जिंदा। मैंने 2016-17 में अप्लाई किया था उसको काटने का, नहीं कटा, ये मुझे आज मालूम पड़ा। तो हमारे सारे आरोप जो हम चुनाव आयोग पर लगाते हैं, जो सारे सवाल हम चुनाव आयोग पर खड़े करते हैं, वो अमित मालवीय ने भी साबित कर दिया। अब क्या चुनाव आयोग अमित मालवीय को से हलफनामा मांगेगा, जांच करेगा? हम भी चाहते हैं जांच हो ये सब बातों की। जो अनुराग ठाकुर ने किया वही अमित मालवीय ने किया। गोली हम पर चलाई, लग गई जाकर चुनाव आयोग को। इसी बात को राहुल गांधी 7 अगस्त से आज तक चुनौती देते आए हैं कि ये प्रक्रिया क्या है, कैसे चल रहा है चुनाव आयोग। नाम काटने की जिम्मेदारी चुनाव आयोग की, मेरी नहीं है। मैं नहीं चला रहा हूं चुनाव आयोग, इस देश में चुनाव करवाने की, ठीक ढंग से चुनाव करवाने की जिम्मेदारी भी चुनाव आयोग की है, किसी नागरिक की नहीं है, आपकी नहीं है, मेरी नहीं है। क्यों नहीं कर रहे?
तो जो परिवार का इतिहास वोटर धांधली और वोट चोरी का रहा है, आज उसको ये जवाब देना चाहिए कि उन्हीं के करीबी और उन्हीं के पार्टी के मीडिया हेड जब मल्टीपल एपिक आईडी के साथ में पाए जा रहे हैं, तो क्या राहुल गांधी को इसकी जानकारी थी? क्या राहुल गांधी की शोर है? क्या राहुल गांधी उनको अपने पाएंगे? और क्या ये इकलौते ऐसे कांग्रेस है जो ऐसी वोटर धांधली के अंदर सामने आए गए?
All right, we'll get you more on that as developments come in. Meanwhile, we are learning now Telangana BRS Kavitha was suspended from the BRS by K. Chandrashekar Rao, her father, after she had publicly blamed senior BRS leader T. Harish Rao for the federal investigation against KCR. In a statement that was issued today, BRS leaders T. Ravindra Bharat Kumar said that action had been taken against Kavitha over the recent comments that were seen as anti-party.
जिस तरह से आप लोगों ने, आपके परिवार ने जिस तरह से तेलंगाना को जो लूटा है, उसका आज पूरा जो चीज़ है बाहर आ रहा है। तेलंगाना आवाम उसको जानने की कोशिश कर रही है। और जो फैक्ट्स है, जब कमिटी ने, पीसी घोष कमिटी जो फैक्ट्स बाहर लगाए, उससे साफ पता चलता है कि जिस तरह से आप लोगों ने तेलंगाना के आवाम के जो पैसा है किस तरह से लूटा है, उसके बारे में पूरा तेलंगाना का आवाम जा रहा है। दूसरी बात, ये जो लड़ाई है बीआरएस पार्टी को आगे कौन चलाएगा? बीआरएस पार्टी क्या केटीआर चलाएगा? बीआरएस पार्टी हरीश राव चलाएगा या दोनों के बीच में कविता चलाएगा? ये लड़ाई जो है, बीआरएस पार्टी का नेक्स्ट प्रेसिडेंट कौन बनना है, उसका भी लड़ाई इसके अंदर हम लोग महसूस कर रहे हैं कि वो भी लड़ाई इसमें चल रहा है।
It's a part of a big drama. Kavitha commenting on Harish Rao some time ago commenting on Kavitha. It's all a part of a drama. Whole KCR family is one. Together they have looted the public money. They are one. They are only pretending as if they are different. Whole KCR family is playing a drama. Kavitha's episode is one of that drama's episode.
Shifting our focus now to some big breaking news coming in. Delhi High Court has denied bail to Umar Khalid, Sharjeel Imam and 7 others facing prosecution in a UAPA case linked to the alleged conspiracy in the Delhi riots. Well, this is what we are learning now. At the moment, the court had earlier reserved the order on July 9th, and we understand now that the bail plea of Umar Khalid, Sharjeel Imam have now been rejected. My colleague Nupur Dogra also now joins us on the broadcast here. Nupur, what more can you tell us?
Well, in fact, the Delhi High Court has today Khalid and Sharjeel Imam, but also 5 other accused who had in fact moved the court seeking bail, saying on the pretext that there a long time and trial is still to conclude, but the Delhi High Court seemed to not have agreed with their arguments, and in fact, remember, Delhi Police and Solicitor General Tushar Mehta had vehemently opposed their bail while the arguments were on in the case. We are still awaiting a detailed copy to make out what were the reasons that the bail was not granted to them, but clearly the argument by Solicitor General Tushar Mehta saying that they were, in fact, there should be no leniency towards people who are allegedly involved in cases relating to threat to conspiracy against the nation, and in fact they are accused of getting involved in larger conspiracy, hatching larger conspiracy, especially in regards to the 2020 Delhi riots. So it is in fact a big blow to all the accused from the Delhi High Court. However, their lawyers are saying that they are planning to move the Supreme Court against this Delhi High Court order. It will be important to see that what happens next when they approach the top court against the denial of bail by the High Court.
Okay, so the accused have been in jail since 2020, and prosecution maintains that it was not a case of spontaneous riots, but it was a pre-planned conspiracy hatched by Umar Khalid and his associates there. It was planned in advance with a sinister motive. That is what the prosecution has said in connection with the case, and that's the reason that time and again their bail pleas that they've applied for bail time and again, that has been rejected by the courts. And this is what we're learning now, at the moment. Thank you so much, Nupur, for getting us all those details there. We'll come back to you later as more comes in. Meanwhile, some more news that's coming in at the moment. While addressing the Semicon India 2025 event, PM Modi said that oil was black gold, but semiconductor chips are a digital diamond. Well, the Prime Minister also said that the last century was shaped by oil, but now it is based on a small chip. Listen in.
कल रात ही मैं जापान और चीन की यात्रा करके वापस लौटा हूं। आप गया था इसकी ताली बजा रहे हो, आया हूं इसकी ताली बजा रहे हो। फ्रेंड्स, सेमीकंडक्टर की दुनिया में एक बात कही जाती है, oil was black gold, but chips are digital diamonds.
I'm joined by, of course, Union Minister for Electronics and IT, Ashwini Vaishnav. Sir, what are you seeing at Semicon India 2025? First look, you're walking around. What is exciting about this one?
See, one good thing is world's confidence on India's semiconductor ecosystem is so clearly visible. This time we have almost 500 global leaders and executives coming from more than 40 or more than 45 countries, and we have practically every large ecosystem player present here. All the equipment manufacturers are here. ASML also is present this time, and the momentum which has got generated in the last 4 years is quite visible.
So, digital diamonds is what the Prime Minister said.
How are you? Good to see you again. Yeah.
Digital diamonds is what the Prime Minister said. So what are some bold innovations that you're looking forward to this time around?
See, this is the time when we are setting the foundation of this industry. And this is a foundational industry, as Honorable PM said. Like steel is foundational for entire infrastructure. For digital infrastructure, semiconductors are foundational. So that's why our first focus is to cover all the major sectors which we have covered: automotive, telecom, power electronics, defense, strategic, consumer electronics. The ecosystem, which is like more than 500 chemicals and 50 odd gases, they are all here now. Today we had Merck getting into a joint venture with one of the Indian partners. So those things are there. Lam Research investing more than $1 billion. Celesta Capital has collected almost $1 billion kind of fund, and we have the first Made in India chip coming from this very place, CG Semi.
All right, with that, it's time for a quick break here. More news and updates coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Ashwini Vaishnav has tweeted, "First made in India chips, a moment of pride for any nation." He's also said that today Bharat has achieved it. It's a significant milestone that was made possible by Prime Minister Modi's far-sighted vision.
Captain Chakravarti, not one but 2 warships. That's amazing. You know, Vishnu and I, through our careers, have been to many commissionings. Vishnu a few more than me because he's slightly older than me.
He wants to rub that in. But that's just a side dig. Carry on with the...
Yeah, but 2 ships is incredible. I mean, that's, tell us why that is so significant. You know, the Indian Navy with its huge expanding responsibilities is hungry for more ships. So getting 2 ships at the same time is a bonus, isn't it, sir?
Yeah, of course. Like you said it yourself, the responsibilities are increasing. Indian Ocean is where the action is happening, and Indian Ocean is going to be the future playground for all the, not just the navies, the nations around the world. And Indian Navy, as the preferred security partner, is very active in this area. Given the responsibility and the large area that is, the number of assets is required. And that's the reason we are getting these warships. They're not just numbers, it's not just the quantity, it's the quality of these warships also, because they have high speed and they have got very large endurance and they can stay out at sea for long times. The frigates are very versatile ships to be. And so these two warships are going to add a punch, not just to the Eastern Naval Command, in particular, of course, Eastern Naval Command, but to the Indian Navy in general.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है, सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं। लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। NDTV इंडिया पर।
Welcome back after the break. After OpenAI, now Meta has said that it will stop its AI chatbots from talking to teens about suicide. This comes after parents of US teenager Adam Rain had filed a product liability and wrongful death suit against OpenAI after their son had died by suicide at the age of 16. The family had said that ChatGPT actively helped Adam explore suicide methods. My colleague Gargi Rawat also now joining us on the broadcast here. Gargi, this is one of those examples of when we talk about the harmful effects of technology, of digital tech. But this is very surprising, this case that came to light, after which we understand now Meta has also said that it's going to bring in some adjustments.
That's right, Kitty, and especially concerning as more and more people these days, are on social media, on these websites, and they tend to chat with the chatbots. And a lot of people are sharing, personal thoughts, asking for advice as well. And it was a huge shock, especially for the family of this 16-year-old Adam Rainer, when they went through, after his death by suicide, after they went through, all the information and the whatever chats he was having, and they found that the ChatGPT chatbot was actually encouraging his negative thoughts. So that was a huge shock for them to realize that that while it did not, alert anyone to these dark thoughts that the teenager was having, instead actually encouraged him. And the parents are suing ChatGPT and OpenAI, and they have said they're going to, take certain measures over this. And now Meta has also come out and said that they are going to introduce guardrails to ensure that there can't be any sort of, negative thoughts that are being talked about by teenagers, especially that they need to be flagged by the system, especially now that we're in this, space of artificial intelligence, and people tend, relying on it more and more. If I can just show you one of the conversations that the teen had that his parents discovered. Over here, he's talking about how he had some red mark on his neck and how he went to his mother, but his mother, it seems, didn't have time, and then she, she didn't say anything. And the chatbot actually replies to him and says something's wrong, and, sometimes you want people to notice. And it says, it feels like confirmation of your worst fears, like you could disappear and no one would even blink. So imagine that sort of a negative response coming in from the AI chatbot to a teenager, very vulnerable as well, a 16-year-old who's having these kind of negative thoughts. So it's really something everyone needs to be aware about.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Gargi, for getting us all those details there. Well, this is what we're learning of at the moment. We'll keep an eye on the developments on the story that we're tracking. Time for a quick break here. More on the other side.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold ICICI for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit. The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold ICICI for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
NDTV 24/7 is India's #1 English news channel on YouTube. Credible, compelling, always ahead of the curve. Thank you for choosing it.
We're in a time when relations between the government and the opposition seem to be perhaps at their lowest. And an example of that was seen in the just concluded monsoon session of Parliament, which saw violent protests from the opposition benches. Several days were washed out. And now things are going perhaps even more down, with the party taking its protests to the streets. And in the midst of all of this, joining us today, who has the unenviable job of maintaining relationship between the government and the opposition benches, Union Parliamentary Affairs and Minority Affairs Minister, Mr. Kiran Rijiju. Thanks very much, sir. First of all, monsoon session is over, but it seems that all the allegations, the finger pointing has spilt over onto the streets. First, tell me, with just about 30% business being done in the lower and less than 40% done in the Rajya Sabha, are we now at a point where the government and opposition will never see eye to eye?
I hope you like that. But coming to the productivity of the Parliament session, the percentage which you had mentioned is technically correct, because the duration of time allotted for discussion on particular bill or any business is decided by the Business Advisory Committee. So we do not deliberate that amount of time for particular bill because the opposition parties were creating ruckus. But in terms of output, in fact, it is one of the most productive Parliament session, because we passed so many critical and far-reaching consequential bills which are extremely important for our nation. So from the national perspective, from the government's point of view, the Parliament session is extremely useful, and I feel it's a very successful session for us. But not functioning Parliament properly to give proper space for debates and discussion is a huge loss for the opposition party, particularly the members of Parliament from opposition parties. Some of the parties are, in a mood to discuss. But the problem was the Congress party and 2-3 of the main opposition parties, they were hell-bent on disrupting the Parliament to create some headlines for political gains. But I sincerely believe that they have not gained anything. They have lost their credibility by not discharging their duty. So in terms of the real outcome of the last monsoon session of the Parliament, it has been extremely productive, and those bills, numbers of bills, total 15 bills we had pushed through, they are critical for India's future.
It's very important you use the word push through, because that's what the opposition says. This is not the way democracy functions. The bills should have been debated. How can you push through laws without actually taking the opposition into confidence, without having a proper reasoned debate. This is just, trying to steamroll the opposition.
That is in a way correct, because we waited for 3 weeks for opposition party to come on board. The parliament session was for 22 days, and for first around 2.5 weeks, we kept on pleading that since times were allotted and bills are important, members should speak on the bills, because after all, these are not ordinary bills. People must listen to the voice of the opposition. So we gave them enough time, but then we can't let the opposition party put the entire parliament into ransom. We have to run the government. We have to take care of the people of the country.
You're saying they had agreed to have a discussion and then they went back on their word?
The agreement is on the basis of what we have decided in the Business Advisory Committee. And in the BSc, Padmaja, I am very honestly telling you, I have agreed to whatever time opposition party had demanded. Suppose for the sports bill, it's very critical bill for the entire sporting fraternity and the youth of this country. The new sports governance bill and the anti-doping bill, we wanted some 5-6 hours discussion in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. But the opposition parties insisted that we should discuss for 2 days in Lok Sabha and 2 days in Rajya Sabha. That means 4 days. Then I conceded. I said, well, we are okay if you want to sit throughout, till late night in the parliament. No problem. We decided to expand the scope of the discussion, extend the time, everything. Yet, finally, they came to the house and disrupted. In a similar manner, the income tax bill, which is one of the most important as well as the biggest ever, reforms in income tax. They agreed for 2 days again, both in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Again, on the day we brought the bill, they didn't, in fact, they didn't allow even a single minute to discuss. We waited. Every morning when you come out with a list of business, these business are listed. And the members are well known, they are prepared. Many Congress MPs, forget about other opposition parties, Congress MPs had told me that they want to participate in these critical bills. And I told them, you discuss with your leader.
Like who? Shashi Tharoor?
Many, I will not name, but many MPs desired to speak on those important bills, because you are not going to get chance to speak on those bills again unless we come out with another amendment.
No, but sir, then don't you walk up to the LOPs, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, Mr. Khadge, and say, listen, you have agreed to all of this business happening. Why are you doing this?
I told them, I had a meeting with Khadge ji, Rahul ji. I had meeting with all the senior leaders of the opposition parties. Their whips are in touch with me. In fact, they come to my house. They discuss with me. We have an excellent relationship. The problem is at the top. From the initial stage, from the issue of the removal motion against Justice Verma, the judge of Delhi High Court, we all agreed that this is not a government's intention to remove a sitting High Court judge. It should be the voice of the Parliament, because the Chief Justice of India had written to the President and the Prime Minister. So I told both of them, Rahul ji and Khadge ji, we three of us sat, and some senior members also joined us. Then we made it a joint effort as a collective notice to the Speaker. And then they surreptitiously brought another motion in the Rajya Sabha. These are uncalled for. You don't do that in the polity. We have trust on words and commitment. There are differences in terms of our approach, because we come from different ideological backgrounds. We have our own way of doing things as per BJP's ideology. But when it comes to the running of the Parliament House, it is a collective effort, because Parliament is a forum where you have to speak your point of view. Government will definitely weigh have its own way, but then we are ready to listen to
But
them.
Mr. Rahul Gandhi is saying that dal mein kuch kala hai, SIR is going on, and you just refuse to engage with them on the issue of SIR. All they were saying was that, listen, let's have a discussion on the intensive revision also. But the government was too stubborn. Why?
See, first of all, special intensive revision of the electoral roll is not the first time Election Commission has carried out this time. It has been happening since independence, many times in different states all over. Moreover, this is not Bihar centric. This is going to happen all India, as Election Commission has already stated. Now, this SIR issue is an administrative issue of the Election Commission of India. If Congress has sought a discussion on the electoral reforms, or if the government is bringing bill or anything related to the reforms in election process itself, then definitely we are lawmakers, we can discuss, we have to discuss indeed. But any administrative mechanism within the constitutional authority is within their domain. We are not supposed to get into it because Election Commission is a constitutional authority which is independent. In the same manner, if Supreme Court decides to conduct certain mechanism within their own domain, how can we discuss on matter which is carried out by them? But then we also told them that, see, we have to keep arm's length distance from the Election Commission of India. In future, if there are anything related to electoral reforms, we will have a very elaborate discussion. But then this particular SIR, if we had agreed for discussion, then who would answer on behalf of the Election Commission?
And you conveyed this to Mr. Gandhi, that this is not possible, SIR discussion is not possible.
I told all the opposition parties, and I made a statement on the floor of the House also, that if we take up a discussion on SIR, then who will defend the Election Commission's action? We are not spokesperson of the Election Commission of India. I cannot speak on behalf of the Chief Election Commissioner and his actions. The Law Ministry is the nodal ministry for Election Commission, but that is with regards to administrative matter which are dealing of matters with the government and framing of laws. But SIR is purely administrative process, and the conduct of the Election Commission of India cannot be discussed on the floor of the House. That is a ruling given by the then Congress Speaker Balram Jakar. And I had also told them, the Speaker also read out what Balram Jakar had said, that Election Commission's administrative matter cannot be discussed in the Parliament.
But Mr. Rijiju, if that is how things stand right now, already Mr. Rahul Gandhi has taken out a vote adhikar yatra across Bihar. It concluded yesterday, and he has said that what you saw so far is only an atom bomb. Now he's going to explode a hydrogen bomb. So till the time such a discussion happens, things are only going to go from bad to worse.
See, it's going to expose Rahul Gandhi and his people only. We know if they can't get elected, people don't support them. They will attack the system itself. What can they do? He has miserably failed in 3 elections. Can you imagine? Once upon a time, the grand old party, they had a great nationalist leaders in Congress party. I can't believe that these people are now in the helm of the affairs of the Congress party. Can you believe it? 40 years, 30 years, 50 years back, the great stalwarts of the Congress party leaders. And today look at the Congress leaders. Where have they come? They are a bunch of left-leaning, left-minded people now running the Congress party. How can you attack the constitutional authorities if people don't vote for you? If anybody's name is deleted, who is a genuine voter, there are avenues before Election Commission. You can appeal. Or you come out that I am a genuine voter, my name has been deleted. But how can you just put any allegation? It's a futile exercise on the part of the opposition party to wreck up an issue which government has nothing to do with. We just want that the voter list should be clean, the electoral roll must be robust. Anybody who is illegal, who is not Indian, cannot be voter. Any person who is dead has to be deleted from the electoral roll. Person who has shifted or migrated to another destination or another state has to get his names deleted from the earlier old electoral roll. These are normal thing which we all feel that there are numerous loopholes in the past, but the updation, the corrections are continuous process.
You know, you spoke of illegals not being allowed in the voter list. The Home Minister also spoke of कि ये कैसे घुसपैठिया बचाओ रैली बन गई है, जो वोट अधिकार रैली है. Interestingly, so far the Election Commission hasn't given any data of how many illegals, if at all, have been found in the electoral rolls in Bihar, and which is why the Congress would be right in saying कि आप घुसपैठिए की बात तो करते हैं जब भी कोई सवाल आपसे पूछा जाता है, but कितने घुसपैठिए हैं? Where's that number?
Now the process itself will answer everything. Suppose some few lakhs of voters are deleted.
65 lakhs.
If the names are genuine, they'll come out, no? They'll come out and appeal. They will come to the electoral office to justify their claims. If somebody is not coming out to make the claim, that means he's illegal. If somebody is genuine Indian, he or she will fight for her or his case. So if the electoral roll is being corrected, genuine names are removed, there is a mechanism to get back. Those who are illegal will always be illegal. They will have no right whatsoever. They have no business to be in the Indian electoral roll. So I am very happy that the process will churn out the correct version of the electoral roll.
But should there be a figure for this? How many illegals have been identified?
That will come to know, no? Once the final list is published.
Because there's also the fear that, you know, poor Muslims, people who are Congress voters, they are going to be weeded out, RJD voters.
If Muslims have become Congress vote bank, it's not my fault. But a genuine Indian Muslim can definitely say that if anybody's name has been removed, tell me any genuine Indian Muslim whose name is deleted. We ourselves will say that, okay, he is either Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Isai, Buddhist, Jain, Parsi, whatever may be, but Indian is Indian. He has to be in the electoral roll. We will fight for them. They are our citizens. We are in the government. It's our responsibility to ensure that they are protected. But then, you can't just create a kind of hysteria just to wipe up the sentiments of the Muslim community against BJP and then create this kind of narratives by making the whole Muslim community as anti-BJP and anti-Election Commission of India. This is totally wrong. They will pay a very heavy price because the general common Indians are extremely happy. Now they are creating problem in the parliament for SIR. In Bihar, has any true Bihari protested? No. They are happy. They are saying that अगर नाम मेरा कट गया तो मैं बोलूंगा ना, नाम कटा ही नहीं तो मैं क्यों प्रोटेस्ट करूं?
नहीं, बट राहुल जी तो कह रहे हैं कि हजारों लोग उनके कान में आकर के कहते हैं, बच्चा बच्चा हजारों कहते हैं, वोट चोर गद्दी छोड़.
Don't believe Rahul Gandhi ji. Before Rahul Gandhi was leader of the Congress party had a very nationalist agenda. They were good in the way they think for India. How much they succeed, they failed, that is another issue. But the Congress leaders were nationalists. How and in what manner Rahul Gandhi has been geared by the leftists and the communists and the Maoists. Now he is talking about defaming India's image by targeting the constitutional authorities and also asking people not to trust the government, which means they want to discredit the status of the government itself, which is elected by the people. So he is trying to create a narrative which will not succeed. We are busy implementing the programs and policies envisaged by the Prime Minister Modi ji. And that is how people trust us. Our governance, our welfare delivery schemes are all reaching out to the people. That is why if you see in Bihar, there are some RJD supporters, traditionally RJD supporters, and Muslim communities are being misled by the Congress party. So basically, some group, mainly the RJD supporters and Muslim community, they are being put in the front of the yatra which Rahul Gandhi had started in Bihar. But the larger section of the people of Bihar are extremely satisfied with the Election Commission of India and they trust Modi.
But then how are there so many people in the yatra?
That's what I'm saying. In democracy...
These could be actually people who are worried that their names will be struck off, that they will lose their right to vote.
They did not worry. The Election Commission has already clearly stated. See, Padmaja, you are a very senior journalist. In democracy, government will always have an opposition. Say government has 60% of the supporters and 40% of the people will be there to oppose. So that 40% people, if they protest, doesn't mean that they are in majority. The people are with Modi ji, people trust us, and people of India don't want to derail the trajectory which we have achieved in last 11 years and transforming Indians into a stage where we can proudly claim that we are now a nation of fastest growing economy. Who wants to disrupt that?
Let me ask you, sir, when there is a very strident call that, we are going to have three things. Rahul Gandhi first said, ये आग लगी है बिहार के अंदर, ये आग पूरे देश में फैलेगी. Then he said कि अब एक और भी बड़ा धमाका होने वाला है और पूरे देश में लोग कहेंगे वोट चोर गद्दी चोर. Are you underestimating the impetus that this has? Because this could be a nationwide movement. It could be of the kind, what if people come on the streets?
कुछ नहीं होने वाला है. You have to have faith on the people of India. Do you think that people of India will install a person who doesn't have an idea of India itself? People are not fools. Indians are matured. Our wisdom has been great from the time immemorial. So, people may make fun of his speeches, his words, but we don't do that. We don't want to ridicule Rahul Gandhi. But he has been making this kind of statement. Before 2019, he said, "Log Modi ji ko danda marenge." Modi ji came out with 303 seats. People of India trust Modi ji. Then he was saying Rafale chor, this, the Chowkidar chor. Supreme Court had made him understand that you can't say just like that. He apologized. And then he started making, false claims about Modi ji. We came to power for the third time. A Congress party, the oldest party, not able to win the 100 seats for 3 consecutive terms. Do you think that any other leader would have survived in any other democratic party? It is only family-run party like Congress party. It doesn't matter you fail or you win. They have to keep the family first business in entire existence of the party. Our leaders are emerged from the masses. Rahul Gandhi talking about poor people is like making fun of the poor people. Modi ji has emerged from the masses. A humble family, a poor mother, gave birth to a humble person. He becomes the Prime Minister of India, and today globally he is recognized as one of the senior most statesmen, not merely a leader or merely a Prime Minister of India. He is considered a statesman of the world, one of the senior most democratically elected leader.
You are saying that people of the country have faith in the Prime Minister, but look at the message. And this is not just Rahul Gandhi alone, and this is being echoed by people from MK Stalin to Hemant Soren to even Mamata Banerjee. They are saying that you have launched a multi-pronged attack. Let me come back to Parliament now. You brought in a bill on the last day of Parliament that removes ministers if they have been in jail for 30 consecutive days. 1, it's been called draconian. 2, with the way that 97% of the cases are against opposition leaders since the time that your government came into power. They are saying this is the easiest way. You will put them in jail in a case where they will not be able to get bail for 30 days. And you will remove people like Hemant Soren, you will remove people like Arvind Kejriwal, you will remove people like MK Stalin because they'll be in jail for 30 days.
It doesn't happen like that. There's something called court in this country. We are undermining the Indian judiciary that way. Actually, Lalu Prasad committed the corruption when BJP was nowhere in the power. He was convicted, he was jailed, nothing to do with BJP. All Dayanidhi Maran and this A Raja of DMK, they went to jail during Congress time. How does it relate to BJP? All those corruptions which Congress had done in their time, it doesn't have anything to do with BJP. Our government is clean because Prime Minister and down to our party karyakarta, everybody is extremely clear about our conduct. So in last 11 years, not a single minister is found to be involved in any of the scams and scandals, unlike Congress time where every day there's a scam. So by bringing an important bill like 138th Constitution Amendment Bill, we are ensuring that no matter which position you are in, if you commit corruption, you have to go to jail. And if you go to jail for more than 30 days, you have to leave your chair. This kind of stringent legal provision is absolutely necessary to check the corruption. It's the right message. It is only those people who are neck deep in the corruption, they will only shout any action against laws to check the corruption. Otherwise, if you have not committed any crime, you will not be convicted. You will not be arrested. Or if you are arrested, the court will give you bail if you found yourself totally clean. So that means what? They don't trust the Supreme Court of India?
No, but they don't trust you. They say that whenever somebody allies with you, suddenly all their cases get closed. Irrigation scam, Ajit Pawar, closure report. Prafull Patel, closure report. Somebody comes on your side, closure report. Somebody on their side, immediate charge sheet.
So those charge sheets and those clean sheets, these are maybe done by the court. How can I keep on assessing each and every case, which are complicated? Each case has its own history sheets and all. It's very easy to say that this person has been given clean sheet. You have to go into the deep issues of a particular matter to understand what are the charges. I am nobody to give clean sheet or convict any person. It is the duty of the court. We must trust Indian judiciary. That is why these people, they are forced to come to a single platform because people of India trust Modi ji. Otherwise, why would they come to, what is their common ground to come together? Uddhav Sena, Muslim League, Congress Party, Communist Party, they are sitting in the same platform. They are abusing Modi ji without knowing that it is Modi ji's popularity which have forced them to come and sitting in an inconvenient way possible. They don't understand how they are forced to come to this stage. If they continue to abuse Modi ji and abuse Indian democracy, Supreme Court Election Commission of India, they will be severely punished in next election.
Is it a problem that you already have a very tumultuous external world? We are talking at a time where you've got an agitation being conducted inside our country, and outside we have got other countries which are threatening us with tariffs. You know, there is a rearrangement of world order happening. What is a real threat before the government at this point?
See, first of all, I will not go into the nitty-gritty of the relations with the foreign countries, but we have to trust our leader. Indian democracy, Indian parliamentary system, and our government is absolutely well in place. Nobody can shake it. Rahul Gandhi and the entire left ecosystem, they are trying to destabilize the country. But be assured, nothing will happen. In India, you can't have the kind of incidents we have seen in some of the countries. People of India have a absolutely clear view about how our government, how our nation and how our leaders should be. They have a clear judgment, trust their wisdom. Indian people have been there since last so many millennium, centuries, and today we are standing tall as the most successful democracy and the largest democracy in the world. It is because Indian people trust the system, and after independence, Indian people have stood by the Constitution of India. Although Congress Party changed the preamble of the Indian Constitution, the Congress Party had assaulted the Constitution. Congress Party insulted, and they had totally undermine the legacy of Baba Sahib B.R. Ambedkar, but we have revived all these things. Modi ji, from the day one, he bowed before the Parliament House, he bowed to the Constitution, he has revived the legacy of Baba Sahib Ambedkar. We have given our commitment to protect the Constitution, thereby introducing the celebration of the Constitution Day on 26th November, which Congress party never celebrated the Constitution Day. We are doing everything. So be assured, India is safe under a great leader, Modi ji, and now we are at the higher pedestal in the Committee of Nations, where Indians will always be respected globally. So internally, externally, India is in a safe hand, so nothing to worry.
Final two questions, and I want to ask you this as a member of parliament from Arunachal Pradesh. We are talking about, how in the Committee of Nations India is being seen. A picture that the whole world was looking at yesterday is the Chinese president, the president of Russia, and our prime minister in that huddle together at the SCO. When you saw that picture, what crossed your mind?
I have a great relief in my mind that Prime Minister Modi ji has the ability to work with every great leader in the world. With China, we face the greatest difficulties because after 1962 conflict, India and China has stopped any formal dealings, trade or anything along the border. I wish someday there will be normal relation and normal trade between India and China through that Arunachal side of the border. Having good relationship with our neighboring countries are always good in the national interest. Prime Minister Modi ji's global vision is well known. He has always said that India's philosophy has Vasudev Kutumbakam. We want to have good relationship with every nation. So we trust Modi ji. He carries the wishes of the 1.4 billion people. So when he meets the top other global leaders, definitely we are happy.
Final question to you. We also saw a case where a small Congress worker on the stage, we spoke at length about the Vote Adhikar Yatra. He was heard making the vilest of abuses. As we speak, we had the Prime Minister today, while speaking to women from Bihar, he did not refer to any one episode, but he said that माँ ही तो हमारा संसार होती है, माँ ही हमारा स्वाभिमान होती है, समृद्ध परंपरा वाले बिहार में कुछ दिनों पहले जो हुआ, उसकी मैंने कल्पना भी नहीं की थी. My question is that very often the opposition says that these episodes are almost created by the BJP. It's almost like a toolkit of the BJP to play on the emotional sentiment. When everything else fails, when in Bihar you think that you have a problem on your hands, you create an emotional card to play.
We don't need emotional card. People trust Modi ji. Can you imagine? For the third time, popularly elected Prime Minister has the greatest appeal across communities, the regions in our country. Why would we play some extra cards to win the confidence of the people? It is not the first time. If you see senior Congress leaders, you're talking about ordinary Congress leaders, senior Congress leaders, how they have abused Modi ji and the family and Modi ji's caste in the past. So this is not an exception or one of the rare cases.
No, I could turn this around and say, if Chai Wala backfired on Congress, why will they abuse the Prime Minister's mother? How do they stand together?
The Congress party will never learn. I tell you another thing which normally I don't speak about it. Today, even those who are closest to Rahul Gandhi, top Congress leaders, they are extremely worried about the future of the Congress party. They will not say in public. They are worried people because they have got a person as a leader who doesn't think, who doesn't have an ability to understand the issues. He speaks in a wildest possible language, like abusing each other on the street. and that person is leader of opposition party. We have seen opposition leaders like Vajpayee ji, Advani ji, Sushma ji, Arun Jaitley ji. Look at their language as leader of opposition party. A leader of opposition is voice of the opposition parties, all the combined opposition parties in a way. But if he has a language of that low standard which he speaks today, Modi ji is a senior statesman, Prime Minister of the country. But the way he takes Modi ji's name and abuses, I don't think he can ever win the heart and minds of the people. That is why the Congress leaders themselves are beating their head what kind of leader they have. They don't say it, but slowly and steadily the right thinking people in the Congress party will leave Congress party. They can't tolerate, they can't survive under such erratic leader who doesn't know what he's talking and what he's behaving.
But
they are accusing us of calling him Pappu. You must be knowing this background. It was clarified by a senior Congress leader that nobody said Rahul Gandhi as Pappu, but the Congress leaders themselves have started. In the AICC, some of the senior general secretaries who were sidelined, they came together and they discovered this word Pappu for Rahul Gandhi. So don't think that we are calling him Pappu. So that Congress party's future, no?
No, but is it fair to say that Rahul Gandhi, leader of opposition, will have provoked a man in Darbhanga to abuse the Prime Minister's mother? Rahul Gandhi possibly...
Forget about provoking. They learned from him. Rahul Gandhi abuses Prime Minister day and night. And then what do you expect his people and the other followers to learn from him?
Okay, thank you very much for speaking to us and being frank as always. I don't know about the future of the Congress, but the future of the country can be safe only when the government and the opposition works together. Hopefully, we will see more business and more cooperation between the Treasury and the opposition benches, at least in the next Parliament session. Thanks very much, Mr. Rijiju, for speaking to us.
Thank you.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है। सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं। लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। NDTV इंडिया पर।
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit. The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Other opposition parties. They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes.
Back after the break, there's some big breaking news now coming in. We're learning the Election Commission has sent a notice to Congress leader Pawan Khera over his 2 epic card numbers. He's been asked to give an explanation for getting himself registered in the electoral rolls of more than one constituency. Well, we understand Pawan Khera has also said that he's going to respond to the notice. My colleague Akhilesh is also now joining us on the broadcast here. Akhilesh, we understand now Pawan Khera has been sent a notice by the Election Commission. He will have to respond to the allegations made against him and the 2 epic card numbers that he holds, what the BJP had said earlier.
That's correct. In fact, the Election Commission has issued a show cause notice to Pawan Khera, asking him to explain by Monday, 11 a.m., that why his name is registered at 2 places, one at the New Delhi constituency and other at the Jampura constituency. Because under the Representation of People's Act, it is a penal offence to have your name registered for more than 1 places. And that's why the Election Commission has now issued a show cause notice, though Mr. Pawan Khera has clarified that he had moved an application to remove his name from the New Delhi constituency because he later shifted to Jampura. But now the Election Commission is not convinced by that explanation and has asked him to give in writing that why action should not be taken against him. In fact, in the morning, BJP IT cell head Amit Malvi has made this a big issue. He released the 2 epic numbers of Mr. Pawan Khera, and he asked whether Mr. Pawan Khera was using these 2 addresses and 2 epic numbers to cast vote twice.
Absolutely. Well, Pawan Khera says that he had got his name deleted from one of the constituencies, but he will now have to give that in writing and furnish proof also on that. But we understand that he's instead been asking the Election Commission that they need to give an answer as to why his name was still registered or if there was anybody else casting vote in his name. All right. Thank you so much, Akhilesh, for getting us those details there. We have some big breaking news now coming in. We're shifting our focus to some more news. ED has initiated a FEMA probe surrounding controversial Dharmstala burial case. Sources have said the SIT has already shared documents and probe details with the ED. ED is now going to probe the role and funding of NGOs that had cast aspersions on Dharmstala. The agency will also investigate whether NGOs or the complainant, remember, who was later arrested, had received any kind of illicit funds. We'll try and get more details about that in just a bit. Well, this is a huge controversy, remember, around the Dharmstala burial case, and now ED has initiated probe into this case. ED is going to probe if the NGOs got any sort of illegal funding in connection with the matter. And ED has also written to banks now seeking details of the financial transactions that took place in connection with the matter. Remember, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah had earlier ruled out any NIA probe for now in connection with the matter. He had said that the SIT was already probing the case and that was enough, and NIA doesn't need to get involved. But we understand the Enforcement Directorate meanwhile has initiated its probe into the Dharmstala burial case, and there are NGOs, there are complainants who had earlier, that one of the complainants we understand was arrested also, who had made these allegations, and the ED is also now going to look into whether they received any sort of illegal funding as well. My colleague Anushka also joining us on the broadcast here. Anushka, on what aspects is the ED going to look into?
That's right, Kitty. The ED has initiated a probe under the Foreign Exchange Management Act into the controversial Dharmstala burial case in Karnataka, adding a financial dimension to the ongoing investigation. Our sources said that the SIT, which had been probing the matter at the state level, has already shared its documents and case details with the ED. Acting on these inputs, the Federal Anti-Money Laundering Agency has now begun examining the role of several NGOs that allegedly cast aspersions on the Dharmstala institution during the course of the controversy. Officials said that ED's line of inquiry will focus on whether these NGOs or the complainant in the case who were subsequently arrested received any kind of illicit foreign or domestic funding to sustain their activities or filed complaints. To trace possible money flows, the agency has written to multiple banks seeking a detailed trail of financial transactions linked to the accused person as well as organizations that came under the scanner.
Okay.
The Dharmstala burial issue had stirred political and social debate in Karnataka, drawing sharp responses from various communities. The stress and involvement of ED is expected to broaden the scope of the probe beyond law and order concerns, potentially uncovering a financial trial behind the controversy. Karnataka Chief Minister, however, has categorically ruled out a handover of the case to the NIA. He has maintained that the SIT investigation, coupled with the ED's financial scrutiny, is sufficient to address both the legal and financial aspect of the case. With the ED stepping in, the focus is now shifting towards funding patterns of non-governmental organization and whether they played any role in fueling the dispute. Over to you.
What's the BJP been saying so far on the matter? Anushka, well, what's been the BJP stance so far? Even as the ED is now going to look into the bank details of complainants and NGOs as well, who were casting doubts on this very matter. What's been the BJP's stance so far on the matter?
That's right. We have seen that the opposition is constantly questioning as to why this case is not being handed over to the NIA, but we are seeing that now that the ED has stepped in, the focus is now shifting towards funding patterns of non-governmental organizations and whether they've played any role in fueling the dispute. Investigators believe that the tracing money trials will be crucial to establish if there was any deliberate attempt to influence or escalate tensions surrounding the Dharmstala burial, but also we are seeing that this is a highly controversial matter, with the opposition constantly coming down heavily on the government over there in Karnataka about how this case had gone on for so long. And also we have seen that one arrest has been made so far, but also officials have said that ED's line of inquiry will focus on whether these NGOs or the complainant in the case who was subsequently arrested received any kind of illicit foreign or domestic funding to sustain their activities or file complaints.
All right, Anushka, thank you so much for getting us those details. We'll come back to you later, but we're now shifting our focus to news coming in from Maharashtra. There's a big breaking news that we are getting at the moment. There seems to be a breakthrough amid the Maratha protests, and we are given to understand the government has now given in to Jarange Patil's demands. The 2-month timeline also now has been set for the quota demand, and Team Jarange Patil is going to end the protest today. Cases also that were registered against the protesters are going to be withdrawn. Well, this is the big breaking news that we are getting at the moment. We'll try and get more details about this in just a bit. Meanwhile, what we are learning so far is that these demands that were set by Jarange Patil and his supporters. The government has now given in to those demands, and a 2-month timeline also has now been set in order for these demands to be met. Well, these are visuals now coming in of the celebrations that are taking place after a resolution was reached between the protesters and the state government. Well, remember, state government, one of those ministers had gone to meet the protesters here who've been protesting at the Azad Maidan. Inside Azad Maidan and outside also, we understand thousands of people had gathered, and Maharashtra Minister Uday Samant had gone to meet these protesters where he said that the primary solution has been reached, and after the court order we had come to meet these people, we had come to meet the protesters. The committee had spoken to them, and we are giving them the government resolution. Then solution will be reached, and we understand breakthrough now has been reached amid the protests that have been taking place in connection with the demands that were made by Jarange Patil and his supporters, and a 2-month timeline now has been set. Well, we are also now given to understand that these protests are going to end. Jarange Patil and his supporters are going to end these protests today, as well as the protesters, the cases that were registered against these protesters are going to be withdrawn. We'll try and get more details about this in just a bit. Maratha protesters have now claimed victory and they're rejoicing here. They are celebrating here. They have said that at least 6 of their 8 demands have been met. And Jarange Patil, who was given this draft resolution, has accepted that resolution. And this was given by the Maharashtra government, even as there have been protests taking place. Well, protesters were sitting here at the Azad Maidan over the last few days. Maratha quota activist Manoj Jarange Patil has now accepted the draft resolution that was given by the delegation of ministers who reached at Azad Maidan some time back. They've assured him that a government resolution is going to be issued to implement the demands of these protesters. The Hyderabad Gazette granting Kunbi status to Marathas of the Marathwada region. The government has said that the GR is being issued, and 6 out of 8 demands of Jarange Patil have been accepted. Well, my colleague Anuj is tracking all the developments. We'll go back to him in just a bit and try and get more details about that. Remember, Jarange Patil has been insisting that he wants the state government to issue a government resolution saying that all Marathas in Marathwada region are Kunbis, and his demands also included it should be followed by Kunbi status to be given to all the Bombay Gazettes, after which we understand majority of the demands of Jarange Patil and his supporters have been accepted. My colleague Anuj is also now joining us on the broadcast here. Anuj, we have visuals coming in of celebrations taking place after the government resolution was accepted by Jarange Patil. Take us through the details. How many demands have been met? So far we understand 6 demands out of 8 that were made by Jarange Patil and his supporters have been accepted.
But the more important one for them included the implementation of the Hyderabad and the Satara Gazette. Now, what will the Hyderabad Gazette be?
All right, we'll go to Anuj in just a bit. There seems to be some problem with his line there. We understand there are these celebrations taking place at the Azad Maidan where these protesters had gathered here, and now after the delegation of ministers met them, their resolution has been accepted by Jarange Patil and his supporters. We'll get you more on that. Meanwhile, we're shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking. Number of deaths due to the earthquake in Afghanistan has crossed 1,400 as rescue efforts go on. A desperate search for survivors is still underway after the magnitude 6.0 earthquake left more than 3,000 people wounded, with most victims in Kunar province. UN says Afghan earthquake could affect hundreds of thousands. Access to remote areas is also the biggest challenge. All right, we have Najib Lalzoy, reporter from Tolo News in Kabul. Well, Najib, what can you tell us about the situation on the ground at the moment? What all measures are being taken in order to provide assistance to the people there?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me. As you said, the latest number of casualties that have been made public are over 1,400 died, over 3,100 killed, and more than 5,100 homes have been damaged. Remember, this is only in the Kunar province, where it was the most hit province, and one of its districts, which is Nurgal, was the badly affected districts of the Kunar province. So remember, these are all from the one province, and the neighboring provinces have also been hit, but the number of casualties were not that large to be mentioned. As I talked to you just minutes ago, we got the news that some small and mild aftershocks are still felt. The people there experience a small shock every 10 minutes, and that is very shocking for the people who are still there, who have homes there, which are at least possible to live there. The rescue operations have been non-stop. It has not been stopped since the Sunday night the earthquake hit. People, not only the government officials, but UN agencies and also the charity foundations and people who are volunteers from neighboring provinces, even from far provinces, are going to the Kunar to rescue people and to do whatever they have at their disposal.
And we are also given to understand that the number of casualties could also rise significantly in the coming days. The situation continues to remain tense on the ground. Meanwhile, thank you so much for getting us all those details there. Time for a short break here. More on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav presented the first made in India 32-bit processor chip to PM Modi during the inaugural ceremony of Semicon India 2025.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily lives. We aren't talking about time travel yet.
Gadgets tested under extreme conditions.
But why? I review tech for people like you and me. You know what? Let me take it from here.
All right.
Tech isn't that complicated. In fact, it's about making our lives simpler, better, and more fun. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves. And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering,
Not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
NDTV 24/7 is India's #1 English news channel on YouTube. Credible, compelling, always ahead of the curve. Thank you for choosing NDTV 24/7 as your trusted source for news.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years. Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
Good evening and welcome to Nationwide at 6 here on NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. Ladies and gentlemen, an action-packed 1 hour lined up for you. Some of the top stories that we will be talking about this evening, and let me very quickly take you through all to them. The Gali politics. Prime Minister has made an emotional appeal as far as the abuse, that was leveled against him from the rally stage, from the Yatra stage in Bihar. Now, the politics over that has once again erupted. But is there any side holier than thou on this? We will talk about that. Then we will shift focus to Congress leader Pawan Khera, who will be joining me live and exclusive to explain why does he have 2 voter IDs, 2 epic numbers. One claim that they have been making as far as the Congress has been making, alleging that there is voter fraud. Why does Mr. Khera has 2 of those? We'll then also talk about the situation. It was a nightmare yesterday. Rains, and especially in the national capital region, the way things were happening, the long jams, waterlogged streets, it was a nightmare. We will get you an update of what's happening in the national capital and also the monsoon mess, the terror which is going on as far as the hills are concerned. That is going to be our top focus. Let's start with our top story. Story number 1. Prime Minister Narendra Modi broke his silence with the sharp rebuttal on the Congress and the RJD. Now, he was specifically mentioning a remark or an absolutely despicable, distasteful abuse that was leveled against him from one person, few days back, from one of the stages of the Congress party when the Congress Vote Adhikar Yatra was going on in Bihar. The Prime Minister invoked and said that the remarks are not just an abuse to him or his mother, but to every mother, sister, and daughter of this country. He said that, in fact, also said that a mother is our world. A mother is our self-respect. I had not even imagined what happened a few days in this tradition-rich Bihar. That's what the Prime Minister's sharp attack was. Listen in to what he said.
आरजेडी कांग्रेस के मंच से मेरी मां को गालियां दी गई। ये गालियां सिर्फ मेरी मां का अपमान नहीं है, ये मां, बहन, बेटी का अपमान है। मुझे पता है आप सबको भी बिहार की हर मां को, बिहार की हर बेटी को, बिहार के हर भाई को ये देख सुनकर कितना बुरा लगा है.
Now, the Congress party has reacted to this. Remember, in the Congress party initially and also today, Pawan Khera once again said that, it is part of a toolkit. I'll discuss that in detail, but the Congress party has reacted to this. Let's listen in.
प्रधानमंत्री ने उनको लेकर जो अपशब्द कहे गए थे पिछले दिनों कांग्रेस के मंच से, उस पर पहली बार रिएक्ट किया है और कहा है कि एक बार के लिए वो तो माफ़ कर भी दें, लेकिन जो देश की माताएं हैं वो माफ़ नहीं करेंगी. क्या आपका इस पर रिएक्शन है?
देखिए, इस हालत तक देश को पहुंचाने के लिए अगर कोई जिम्मेदार है तो स्वयं प्रधानमंत्री है. जिस तरह से प्रधानमंत्री ने सोनिया जी के बारे में, राहुल जी की माता जी के बारे में जिस शब्दों का इस्तेमाल किया, वो लोग भूले नहीं. देश आज भी याद रखता है. जर्सी गाय से उनको संबोधन किया था. और हर चुनाव में जब भी कोई चुनाव आता है तो कोई ना कोई ऐसी बात वो बोलते हैं जो लोगों को बुरी लगती है. जैसे मंगलसूत्र छील के ले जाएंगे अगर कांग्रेस वाले जीत गए, गठबंधन, इंडिया गठबंधन जीत गया. तो जो प्रधानमंत्री के पद पर रहते वो इस तरह की भाषा, अपशब्द का इस्तेमाल करता हो, वो एक मामूली कार्यकर्ता से क्या अपेक्षा करता है, क्या उम्मीद करता है?
But is that an excuse? Should this be normalized in the politics of this country? Whether it's for the Prime Minister or for anybody else, should this kind of language be normalized? Because this is not the first time something of this nature has been used against the Prime Minister. There is a long list of derogatory words, abuses, which have been used against the Prime Minister, whether it's Maut ka Saudagar, or anything else. I deliberately, this is running here on the screens. If you see it, I deliberately don't want to go through and, read each of them because it just doesn't behove a civilized society like ours. It just doesn't behove any civilized society. Why should we mainstream this? But the bigger question, ladies and gentlemen, is whether this is exclusive to one party. And it's disappointing to say it is not. Just take a look at the abuses that have been hurled, leveled against the Gandhi family, Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi as well. And they are not the only leaders. Whether it's the Home Minister who has been at the receiving end of some derogatory words, or any other leader, across the country, why is this being so normalized? I mean, we should not even be debating this. That is something, that should be given, that there has to be certain sense of decorum and respect as far as political leaders or anybody is concerned, whether you are in politics or not. But can the Congress party run away from the responsibility? That's the big question. Let me very quickly go across, and how much of this is going to be, an emotional card that Prime Minister has used in impact as far as the elections of Bihar is concerned. Let me very quickly introduce Shweta Shalini, spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party, who is joining me at this moment. Dr. Pooja Tripathi is the spokesperson of the Congress Party, who is joining me on the broadcast as well. Ladies, thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV. Let me start with you, Dr. Tripathi. I mean, it wasn't enough that your stage was used to abuse the Prime Minister of your country. Now, your leaders, Mr. Pawan Khera and others, are saying, oh, we knew this is part of the toolkit. This is something that at least you are trying to suggest is something which has been orchestrated to gain political traction in the state of Bihar. It is shameful, ma'am, that derogatory words are spoken and then allegations of this nature are being made.
Ankit, it's very shameful that somebody has respected. And let me be very clear. Every mother in this country, every woman, forget being a mother, beti, bakku, and behan. Every mother deserves respect. And when we have aptly made it clear that this was a mentally stable person who got on the stage, who runs a cycle shop in Darbhanga, got on the stage and did it. He was nowhere associated with Congress. And we knew this. Have you ever seen, let me turn the tables. This was some mentally stable person who went on an abuse, and we want the strictest punishment against him because he's gone on to say some abusive words to Prime Minister, which will not repeat on your channel. But let's turn the tables. From the highest echelons of power, from the highest responsible seats of constitutions, comments have been made like Jersey guy, Congress की विधवा जो अपने खाते में पैसा ले जाती थी, उसकी हिम्मत नहीं है इलेक्शन लड़ने की, वो दौड़कर चली जाएगी, 100 करोड़ की गर्लफ्रेंड, विपक्ष के साथी ये मुजरा लालटेन लेकर मुजरा करते हैं जमात. These were the words.
I have, like I said, I don't want to. I can also repeat all of them. I have a full list of what has been said against Sonia and Rahul Gandhi, and also a list of what has been said against the Prime Minister. I don't think that it would behove anybody to put this out and repeat them. My question is, can you hide behind this fact that, oh, somebody else said something about Rahul Gandhi, so hence, if this man is saying something, then it's equal?
Can you let me complete? We are not hiding. We are demanding the strictest punishment against him. But the problem is, have you ever seen Sonia Gandhi saying कि मैं शादी करके आई थी, मेरे पति शहीद हो गए? Have you ever seen Rahul Gandhi saying मुझे शहजादा कहा, मेरे DNA को क्वेश्चन किया, मेरे पिता को गाली दिया, दादी को गाली दिया, परदादा को गाली दिया? Have you ever seen Priyanka Gandhi saying? Priyanka Gandhi went on to say in Karnataka कि प्रधानमंत्री जी हर वक्त रोना बंद कर जी, सार्वजनिक जीवन में छीटाकशी होगी, हिम्मत रखिए. You know why this pity party? A mentally stable person goes on to stage.
Cheetakashi is very different from abusing somebody's dead mother. It's not fair.
It's not at all fair, but if Prime Minister's mother is respected, she's duly respected, she's hugely respected. Rahul Gandhi's mother is also respected. Our Congress spokesperson, Surendra Rajput's late mother, was abused on live TV by their national spokesperson, Prem Shukla. I'm not repeating the gali. It was a similar gali used against Prime Minister Modi's mother, but no action has been taken against Prem
Shweta
Shukla.
Shalini, let me bring you in at this moment. While, as I said, it's been the most despicable, in fact, words which have been used for the Prime Minister of this country. The question then would also be, what action does the BJP take against their own leaders when something of this nature is said from them towards the opposition? Then it makes everything fair game in politics. Very shameful to say that, but it does. Shubhendu Adhikari, and I can't even repeat what he said against the leader of opposition. Has any action been taken against him?
So, Ankit ji, first and foremost, before answering your question, let me point out, did you just see the double face of Congress? Because I just heard Pooja ji start with the statement of, oh, that was a mentally unstable guy, and later just trying to say that, oh, ye to cheetakashi thi. And let me be very frank on this. I think there is no point in politicizing this. Me and Pooja ji both are women. I think it is a matter of respect. It is a matter of demeanor for women. Forget about mothers. Mothers are of prime importance. I'm a mother. I know the fact how difficult it is to bring up children, and for a specific mother that we are talking about who gave away his child for public good, we are talking, and Pooja ji comes up on national television to say that this is cheetakashi. So we have to point out, there's no point, Ankit, to go ahead and say they said this, they said that, and so said this. But I will have to point out that these things come because it is a stage which was a stage of Rahul Gandhi ji and Tejaswi ji. So I just want to ask a simple question. Have you heard Pooja ji apologize? Did you hear Rahul ji apologize? Did you hear Tejaswi apologize? One single bit. Have they ever turned around and said, oh, this was a mistake? And
sure, they should have. But can I now ask you? Can I now press you on the question that I asked you, ma'am? Like it has hurt you. Hold on.
But
Shweta ji, hold on. You made your point. I've given you uninterrupted time to make your opening remarks. But let me now then press you on the question that I asked you. You're right. Rahul Gandhi should have condemned what somebody said from their stage. I absolutely agree with you. But You are talking about a nondescript Congress worker. Action has been taken against him. He is right now, FIR has been registered against him. He is in jail at this moment. Shubhendu Adhikari is the leader of opposition in West Bengal. He made a derogatory comment almost of the same nature against Rahul Gandhi. Has the BJP taken any action on that?
Let's be very clear, internal action has been taken on every single person who demeans women. Because women, if you actually see either the cabinet or the policies of
action
the
has been taken against Shubhendu Adhikari, ma'am.
equal importance in the country today.
Love for you to elaborate on that.
The culture of Congress, which calls where Kamal
Pooja, hold on, Doctor, hold on. Let her complete her point.
Candidates as item girls or calls candidates who are women as somebody who are decors and decorations in the election process. So let's be very
As
clear.
I said, ma'am, I would love to hear what action the BJP has taken. You have not underlined that, but Dr. Pooja Tripathi, this is the problem, isn't it? And both of you, while you present the side of your party, expose the double standards that politics in this country almost displays, and the level that the politics has come to. Personal remarks, these kind of abuses. And Pooja, let me also remind you, every time there has been this whole attempt to abuse the Prime Minister, electorally also, the Congress party has paid a huge price, whether it was the Chaiwala comment made by your leader in 2014 election, or later the niche comment that was made before 2019. Electorally also, it doesn't behove the Congress party to in fact defend this.
And you think Prime Minister ji doesn't know that? The whole point of bringing this up, bringing a mentally unstable person's comment in the Bihar electoral flow is meant to gain electoral.
Why did you people not apologize?
Shweta ji, let her complete. Like I did not let her interrupt when you were speaking. You will accord the same to her. Let us complete, and then I'll come to you. Go ahead.
And when you say, Ankit, when you see that there is a ground shaking beneath your feet during the whole Voter Adhikar Yatra, the way organic crowd emerged at a Rahul and Tejasvi's rally, and I think that was meant to happen. This was definitely, as I said, nobody in Congress. And let me tell you, Ankit, in Darbhanga, there were four men from Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha were showing black flags to Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi stopped his car, asked them what's the issue. उन्होंने कहा आपने मोदी जी की मां को गाली दी. राहुल गांधी सेड क्या मैंने दी, क्या मैं मंच पर था, क्या मेरे मंच से क्या दी गई, नहीं. तो he explained them, gave them toffees, gave them sweets, and asked the workers not to heckle them, not to mistreat them. And that's Congress DNA. That's Congress DNA. After 2024 elections, there was massive trolling of Smriti Irani because she lost the Amethi seat to one of the Congress karyakartas, and
ma'am, can I tell you why what you are saying doesn't cut the ice here? I'll tell you why. It doesn't, because now your leaders, like Mr. Khera, are saying that it was all pre-planned. It was there to get the sympathy card, the victimhood card on the Prime Minister. They are saying that we knew exactly this is going to happen. You are already alleging that's a BJP conspiracy even before an investigation. And on the other hand, you are saying, oh, we don't want this to happen.
Is it becoming of a prime minister to bring this up in a political?
Why shouldn't he? If he has been abused, why should he not speak about it?
Crazy lunatic person made a comment. Is this becoming of a prime minister? You can unleash your cabinet ministers, you can unleash your BJP senior leaders, but it's unbecoming of a prime minister to have.
You can ask the question why the BJP leaders don't rein in their people when they abuse Rahul Gandhi, but you can't say that the prime minister has no right to address this when he's being abused.
Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi never went on the stage and said, "Mujhe gali diya, is person ne mujhe gali diya." We have never seen that in 11 years, but why is Prime Minister always bringing up something? If it had been a senior leader from Congress, I would have apologized, Ankit. We would have made sure that it's...
I'm sorry. I have to interrupt here because there is breaking news coming in. Very important one from Maharashtra at this moment. In Mumbai, we are getting information now that Manoj Jarange Patil, the man who was heading this whole Maratha protest, in fact reservation protest, there has been a breakthrough in this whole reservation demand in the talks between the government and Manoj Jarange Patil. The government has given in to the demand as far as the protesters are concerned, and Manoj Jarange Patil has ended his fast. Remember, he was fast unto death, had also given up water. And at this moment, there are celebrations which are taking place in Mumbai. 2-month deadline has been given for the quota demand to be met, which is being we are in fact hearing at this moment that the government has agreed to, and all the cases against the protesters will also be withdrawn. So this is a big story which is coming in from Mumbai at this moment. From the whole agitation which was going on. My colleague Anuj is with us at this moment. Anuj, this is very big news coming in. 2-month deadline which has been agreed upon between the protesters and Manoj Jarange Patil. What are the details?
Ankit, this, Manoj Jarange Patil has claimed a victory in very clear words after ending his 5-day hunger strike here in Mumbai. And this hunger strike had, taken notice of everyone here in the city. That's because it had, in a way, blocked the southern part of the city for close to 5 days. Today was the day 5th, and the High Court, the Bombay High Court, took very serious notice of this matter yesterday and today. But the deadlock between the government and the protesters has finally ended as this cabinet subcommittee, which was headed by Senior Cabinet Minister Radhakrishna Vikhe Patil and other ministers, met Jarange Patil in the afternoon, and after a long and a public discussion between them, it was finally decided that the hunger strike will be called off, that the protests will be called off. Now, what are the demands that the government has ceded into when it comes to Manoj Jarange Patil? Now, his primary aim or primary demand behind this protest, of course, was getting the Satara and the Hyderabad Gazette implemented on an immediate basis. Just to give a bit of a backdrop about this Hyderabad Gazette, it dates back to the pre-independence era, which names or which states that the Maratha community people from the Marathwada and the Western Maharashtra regions were Kunbis, and Kunbis fall under the OBC category, which means that the Marathas in these two regions will now be referred or will be eligible for Kunbi caste certificates. However, also important for us to note that this is just a GR, and the legal validity and the judicial test of this entire GR is yet to happen. We know that a similar kind of trend was followed in 2023 as well, where a similar massive protest was on its way to Mumbai, and it was stopped in Vashi by the then Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, and a GR of Sage Soire was presented, but it did not stand up to its judicial ground. Now, will this GR stand up to its judicial ground is the most important question that everyone is asking. But at the same time, as you can clearly see behind me, these are all colorful faces. The entire street, here, which were the entire street which was blocked for the last 4 to 5 days for vehicles, and of course there was a bit of scuffle between the police and the protesters as well earlier today. Is filled with color, is filled with gulal.
Anuj, we will have to leave it there. I will have to leave it there. Thank you at this moment for joining me with all those details on this story. We'll keep coming back to you for more. Thank you at this moment. So big story coming in from Mumbai, where Manoj Jarange Patil has ended his fast, and the protest at this moment is over. Let's shift focus to the other big story that we have been tracking here on NDTV. The Congress party has been making a lot of claims. The day after claims of election fraud using 2 or 3 epic numbers of people, they have been saying that these are repeated voter IDs, which many possibly could be using to cast fraudulent votes. A day after, Rahul Gandhi's yatra got over and warned that he has a hydrogen bomb waiting to be unveiled as far as his vote chori allegations are concerned, the ruling party BJP today hit back by showing that one of Congress party's important leader, Pawan Khera, has 2 epic ID, 2 active voter IDs. And they have questioned whether Mr. Khera is involved in any kind of voter fraud. Now, this was put out today by Amit Malviya, the IT cell chief of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and he, in fact, has gone ahead and said that Pawan Khera has 2 active epic numbers, both registered in 2 different constituencies of the national capital. An investigation should be made whether Mr. Khera is indulging in any fraudulent, in fact, voter practices, because he has 2 epic numbers. It's an attempt to try and turn the tables as far as the Congress party is concerned. Now, there have been similar allegations which the Congress party and their allies have made against leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party, claiming that they are indulging in possibly some kind of voter fraud. Who are these leaders? Let's very quickly tell you. This same allegation was made by Tejaswi Yadav against Vijay Kumar Sinha, Bihar Deputy Chief Minister, who was accused of having 2 epic IDs. Tejaswi Yadav charged him and said that, this could be fraudulent. He could be using them for fraudulent votes. The charge was he was registered voter in Lakhisarai constituency and also in Bakipur. Election Commission has issued a notice to him. Then Nirmala Kaur, Mayor of Muzaffarpur, again Tejaswi Yadav said she also has 2 voter IDs. Again, the notice response, Election Commission issued a notice, response is awaited. Then Bhikubhai Dalsania, BJP leader from Gujarat, allegation was he registered voter in Gujarat and also in Bihar. No official action so far has been reported. Remember, Tejaswi Yadav himself has 2 voter IDs. That was Election Commission's expose on him as well. He was also asked those questions. So what does the Congress party has to say about it, on the allegations which have been made? Let me very quickly go across live and exclusive at this moment to Mr. Pawan Khera, who is joining me himself to answer the allegations which have been leveled against him as far as these questions are concerned. Mr. Pawan Khera, thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV. Amit Malviya today, sir, exposed 2 voter IDs and he tweeted that and has asked the question that there should be an investigation whether Pawan Khera is indulging in any kind of voter fraud. These are some similar allegations that you and your party and your friends have made against leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Well, the responsibility of cleaning up the voters list does not lie with Pawan Khera, unfortunately for the BJP. It does not lie with the Congress party. It does not lie with Mr. Rahul Gandhi. It lies solely with the Election Commission of India. So by posting my 2 epic cards, which I also got to know this morning that I have another epic card, our case has been strengthened by BJP. Last month, Anurag Thakur strengthened our case by repeating what we have been saying about some constituencies. He got in 6 more constituencies. This morning, Mr. Amit Malviya has also strengthened our case. Well, we thank them. Please join us. This is what we've been demanding from 7th August onwards, that please clean up the electoral rolls. There is a mess going on there.
But Mr. Khera, I'm sure you had applied for deletion. And Mr. Khera?
Obviously I did.
But did you?
Absolutely. That's not my job, I'm sorry. I apply Form 7, I give it to them, and after that when I shift to a new place, I applied Form 6, I got my vote here. The moment I get my new vote, Election Commission has a computerized system, they should have deleted it. I have already applied for deletion in 2016-17. Why didn't they delete? Not my headache.
But Mr. Khera, these are similar allegations that the BJP has been, or at least the assertions that the BJP has been making, that there are problems as far as the voter list is concerned. And that is why SIR is necessary. Your epic number, dual epic number seems to be suggesting exactly the same thing.
I'll tell you what. This name, Pawan Khera, cannot misuse his name, his vote, because, well, most of you know me and, I'll get caught if I do something wrong. But there are lakhs and lakhs of people who have multiple votes. What happens to them? There is a huge vulnerability of those votes getting misused. Why should it not be cleaned up? Well, we've given you the Mahadevpura example. We'll give you more. In the words of Mr. Gandhi, another hydrogen bomb is coming soon.
But Mr. Khera, whether it is Mahadevpura or the hydrogen bomb that you are talking about, sir, the whole question and argument about cleanup, that is why the SIR practice in Bihar is being in fact undertaking. But saying that these possible clerical errors, like you are saying the Election Commission responsibility to delete the name, or incompetence of a BLO on the ground, does that in fact mean fraud? Does that in any way back the vote chori argument that you and your party has been making, sir?
I'll come to that. Now, between 2016 and 2025, 2016 is when I shifted out of my government house and came to the private house. 9 years. Several role revisions have happened. This shows to you the way these role revisions are carried out. If the BLO had bothered to go and check whether I live in that same house or not, this wouldn't have come out. This would have been corrected. This shows that the BLOs don't even go on the ground. They sit in their offices and just make the lists. This is exactly what we are pointing out in the so-called SIR exercise going on in Bihar. 33,000 people who are alive have been shown as dead. Is this correct? Lakhs and lakhs of people have been removed from the voters list saying that they are not there. They were there. 75% women from various constituencies have been declared dead or migrated. Just the women of the household have migrated. How is it even possible? So all these issues that we are raising or flagging are issues that weaken our democracy if they are not addressed in time. And they become a tool in the hands of the ruling party to be misused.
Mr. Khera, but then, I'm asking you this again, because the fact is, sir, that all these anomalies or the problems as far as the Election Commission's functioning is concerned, how do they then add on to your charge of vote chori? And if they do, then you are in fact strengthening what the BJP has been saying. When Tejasvi Yadav goes across and says 2 epic number means fraud, then the same argument can be, ascribed to you as well. 2 epic numbers means fraud. So should the fraud allegations be then accepted for the Congress party as well?
No, absolutely. The question has to be asked to the ECI. Show us the CCTV footage of New Delhi Assembly segment. Show if anybody has misused my ID. I also want to know. In fact, it absolutely strengthens what we've been saying from 7th of August 2025 for the last 1 month. The onus to run a clean election lies with the ECI. The onus to clean up the electoral rolls lies with the ECI.
Khera, while we are speaking, just a short while back, the Election Commission has also put out a notice. And in that notice, the Election Commission has asked you to explain how and why do you have 2 epic IDs and why action should not be initiated against you as it is in the violation of the rules as far as the Election Commission is concerned.
Well, I'm very grateful for the lightning speed with which the Election Commission has responded to this. I wish they had done the same with all other anomalies that we pointed out. I don't know why they didn't act on Mahadevpura. For Mahadevpura, they wanted Mr. Gandhi to give an affidavit. For this, no affidavit is required from Mr. Amit Malviya. Straight notice to me. I want to ask the Election Commission if they've issued 100,000 notices in Mahadevpura Assembly segment. Having said that, I will definitely respond to this notice much before the 8th.
Mr. Pawan Khera, thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV and presenting your side of the story as far as these allegations are concerned. All right, let me very quickly get in a quick response from Shweta Shalini, BJP spokesperson, who is with us on what Mr. Pawan Khera has just said on the allegations which have been made by the Congress or by the BJP on the Congress party. Shweta, you heard Mr. Pawan Khera. He's saying that, listen, it only strengthens the claim that we have been making that there are anomalies as far as the Election Commission is concerned, and that is the reason why there needs to be an investigation.
Ankit ji, I absolutely heard Mr. Pawan Khera, and I also heard you putting words into his mouth by asking him directly if he actually applied for deletion, because he himself did not say that he applied for deletion. Having said that, I would again want to say that this does not justify his claim. In fact, it justifies our claim that SIR is important. In fact, that is why we are saying chor ki daadi mein tinka, and now that Pawan Khera does not have a daadi, so maybe chor ke gaon mein kheda. Because ultimately, if you actually look at it, see, what did he say? They have given 69,000 complaints in Bihar for SIR, but not one place they have given Form 6 and Form 7. Here, he talked about Form 6 and
Okay, ma'am. I'm sorry, we have to cut across to the Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde of Maharashtra speaking on this very important issue of Manoj Jarange Patil.
सबसे पहले मैं मनोज जरांगे पाटिल इनका अभिनंदन करता हूं। उनके सभी मराठा समाज के आंदोलक बहनें और भाइयों का भी मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं, उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं, क्योंकि उन्होंने आज अपना आंदोलन वापस लिया है और यहाँ पर जो उनकी मांगे थी वो हैदराबाद गैजेट को लागू करना, ये भी हमारी महायुति सरकार ने मंजूर किया है, उसका GR भी निकाला गया है। और उसी के साथ उनके जो हैदराबाद गैजेट लागू करने के लिए 3 सदस्यीय कमेटी का गठन किया है और उसमें ग्राम पंचायत अधिकारी, ग्राम महसूल अधिकारी, सहायक कृषि अधिकारी होंगे और ये वेरीफाई करेंगे और ये सर्टिफिकेट जो है वो देने का काम करेंगे। और उसी के साथ सातारा गैजेट को अभी निर्णय हुआ है, उसके लिए 1 महीने का समय लगेगा और उसको भी सरकार ने सकारात्मक लिया है। और जो भी और भी मांगे जो थी उनके ऊपर जो केसेस है उसको पीछे लेना, जो लोग आंदोलन में जिनकी मौत हुई है, मृत्यु हुई है, उनको मुआवजा देना। मैं जब मुख्यमंत्री था तब कई लोगों को मुआवजा दिया है, 10 लाख रुपए और नौकरी दी हुई है। अभी हमारे मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र जी हैं, उनके मार्गदर्शन में आगे की भी कार्रवाई हो जाएगी। मैं मुख्यमंत्री जी को भी धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। हमारी जो उप समिति जो है जो गठित की गई थी इस मसले को सुलझाने के लिए, वो राधा कृष्ण विखे पाटिल और सभी हमारे जो मंत्रीगण हैं उनका भी अभिनंदन मैं करता हूँ। और ये जो सब बातें हैं जो मनोज चरांगे पाटिल जी ने मराठा समाज के लिए जो अनशन किया था, आंदोलन किया था, आज उन्होंने अपना आंदोलन वापस लिया है। वह सरकार हमेशा इस मराठा समाज को लेकर सकारात्मक रही है और अन्य किसी समाज का नुकसान नहीं करते हुए ये
जो ये आंदोलन चल रहा था शिंदे साहब,
जब मैं चीफ मिनिस्टर था तब
जी सर, जो आंदोलन चल रहा था उनकी एक प्रमुख मांग ये थी कि मराठा समुदाय को कुनबी का दर्जा दिया जाए, उसमें शामिल किया जाए। और ये एक ऐसी कानूनी पेचीदगी है कि ये इम्प्लीमेंट कैसे होगी, इस पर लोगों के मन में काफी प्रश्न है। तो ये कैसे तय होगा, ये स्टेटस कैसे दिया जाएगा, किस आधार पर दिया जाएगा, क्या महत्वपूर्ण फैक्टर्स होंगे?
अब तो GR जो निकला है उनकी मांग ये भी थी हैदराबाद गैजेट को लागू करें। हैदराबाद गैजेट को लागू करते समय यहाँ पर जो भी जो गांव है वहाँ पर जो लोग रहते हैं उनको एफिडेविट देना है, उनके कोई रिलेशन में जो है उनको कुनबी प्रमाण पत्र उनके पास हो तो उनके आधार पर उनको कुनबी मैं हूँ करके एफिडेविट देना पड़ेगा। और उसके बाद एक होम इंक्वायरी, गृह चौकसी कहते हैं उसको, वो हो जाएगी और गांव के लोग उससे सर्टिफाई करेंगे तो निश्चित रूप से वहाँ पर उनको कुनबी सर्टिफिकेट मिल सकता है और मिलेगा, ऐसा तय हुआ है। क्योंकि ये जो निर्णय हमने लिया है, पिछले बार भी 58 लाख लोगों को कुनबी दर्ज किया था, कुनबी उनकी रजिस्टर किया था, उसमें 10,35,000 लोगों को कुनबी सर्टिफिकेट इशू भी किए थे जब मैं मुख्यमंत्री था। और अभी तक के कार्यकाल में कभी भी कुनबी सर्टिफिकेट इशू नहीं हुए थे, लेकिन पिछले 2.5 साल से 58 लाख लोगों की नोंद हुई है और 10,35,000 लोगों को कुनबी सर्टिफिकेट इशू भी किया है। और इसलिए जो उसमें और सुलभता आ जाए, जो रूल्स 2012 है उसमें हमने और सुलभता लाने के लिए ये हैदराबाद गैजेट को लागू करने का निर्णय लिया है। और हैदराबाद गैजेट में भी जो भी लोग एफिडेविट देंगे कि मैं कुनबी हूँ और उनके दादा परदादा जो भी गांव के कोई भी व्यक्ति रिलेशन में कोई भी व्यक्ति है उसके पास कुनबी प्रमाण पत्र हो तो निश्चित रूप से उसके आधार पर उसकी जांच होकर उसको सर्टिफिकेट इशू हो जाएगा, तो उसको उसका फायदा लाभ मिल सकता है।
सर, मैं आपसे ये भी जानना चाहूंगी कि आपकी पर्सनली मनोज जरांगे से कम्युनिकेशन हुई, उनसे बात हुई, और क्या ये कंफर्म माना जा रहा है, सरकार ये मान रही है कि रात 9 बजे तक प्रदर्शन स्थल पूरी तरह से खाली हो जाएगा और आंदोलन कंप्लीटली खत्म हो गया है? ये कंफर्मेशन आपके पास आ गया है सर?
हाँ बिल्कुल, हमारे उप समिति के लोग वहाँ पहुँचे हैं, उन्होंने हमारा जीआर उनको सुपुर्द किया है और जीआर उन्होंने खुद पढ़ा है और उसके बाद उन्होंने शरबत, नींबू शरबत लेकर ये आंदोलन को ख़त्म किया है। और निश्चित रूप से 5 दिन का उन्होंने आंदोलन किया था। मनोज जरांगे पाटिल ये पिछले समय भी जब आंदोलन किया था तब हमारी सरकार ने 10% उनको मराठा रिजर्वेशन दिया था SC/BC में से, और 58 लाख लोगों को कुनबी है करके उनके दस्तावेज मिले थे और 10,35,000 लोगों को कुनबी प्रमाण पत्र इशू किए थे। जस्टिस शिंदे कमेटी अभी भी काम कर रही है और जस्टिस शिंदे कमेटी के वजह से ये काम हुआ है और इससे काफ़ी लोगों को फायदा हुआ है।
ओके सर, इन सब के बीच जब ये आंदोलन चल रहा था, पूरे देश की निगाहें लगातार टिकी हुई थी कि आखिर इस आंदोलन को कैसे खत्म कराया जाएगा और आरक्षण को लेकर सरकार का डिसीजन क्या होगा, जिस पर काफी हद तक पिक्चर आज क्लियर भी हो गई है। लेकिन इस आंदोलन की आड़ में प्रश्न चिन्ह महायुति को लेकर भी उठ रहे थे और ये सवाल लगातार पूछे जा रहे थे कि क्या सब कुछ ठीक नहीं चल रहा है?
धन्यवाद बोलले ना सर, हे चालू आहे तिकडे, त्यांचं पण चालू आहे।
नहीं देखिए, त्यांचा आवाज उनका आवाज नहीं आया।
जी सर, सुन पा रहे हैं?
तू काहीतरी केलंय ते।
सरकार के भीतर सब कुछ ठीक चल रहा है सर?
नहीं, अभी आवाज कट हुई थी। हाँ बिल्कुल ठीक है, और इसीलिए तो इतना बड़ा फैसला जो लिया है हम मुख्यमंत्री हमारे देवेंद्र जी, मैं, अजीत दादा पवार, हम तीनों ने यहाँ पर चर्चा की है और चर्चा करने के बाद हमारी जो उप समिति है विखे पाटिल, उनके जो मेंबर्स हैं उनको ये जो निर्णय हमने लिया है, हैदराबाद गैजेट हो, सातारा गैजेट हो, उनके ऊपर आंदोलन के केसेस हो, उनको मुआवजा हो, कई जो भी मांगे थी उस पर हम तीनों ने मिलकर बैठकर चर्चा की हुई है। और ये सरकार हमेशा ये आम आदमी जो लोग हैं, सर्वसामान्य लोग हैं, उनके लिए काम कर रही है। निश्चित रूप से हमारी सरकार पूरी तरह पॉजिटिव और प्रैक्टिकल है।
ठीक, थैंक यू सो मच सर, अपना समय देने के लिए, हमारे साथ डिटेल में इस बातचीत को शेयर करने के लिए बहुत धन्यवाद आपका।
Hello Moto
G96 5G. All eyes on you.
हेलो, बोलिए मैडम। डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा।
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है?
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out there.
गोल्ड प्लस क्लियर ग्लास, कार हो या नियर, सब कुछ दिखे क्लियर।
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है। सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं। लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। एनडीटीवी इंडिया पर।
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold ICICI for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit. The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold ICICI for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit. If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Other opposition parties.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
NDTV 24/7 is India's #1 English news channel on YouTube. Credible, compelling, always ahead of the curve. Thank you for choosing NDTV 24/7 as your trusted source for news.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have been speaking about this continuously throughout this monsoon, whether it's the national capital or to talk about the hills, the plains of this country. Rain fury, flood fury has absolutely put life in chaos across North India. Delhi, NCR, the waterlogging and what you saw yesterday. I mean, Yamuna has breached the danger level mark. Gurgaon, the suburb, we saw what happened there yesterday. Citizens wading through knee-deep waters, chaos on the streets, jam for kilometers after kilometers has almost become, completely paralyzed. These cities, both Delhi and Gurugram, have completely become paralyzed. This was yesterday, and people at this moment, when the peak hour of traffic is on, are praying that they are spared today. But it's just not about Delhi, NCR, Punjab, suffering from one of the worst floods that it has seen in the last many decades. There are cities after cities, villages after villages which are submerged. Lakhs of hectares of agricultural land has completely been submerged, and people are on the knees at this moment. Whether it's Odisha, where the water has rushed into people's homes, emergency has been called, and there are rain battered these cities in many places. The government trying to help